Maybe under circumstances we'll find a moment of peace and relaxation to start our
I don't think
meeting.
they cannot hear you yet, boss.
Oh, I have to push the talk? Oh. I thought this, yes, actually it's on. It's me that's not audible, right?
Clean up in aisle 3.
It's always the minorities that are not audible. Oh, that
Floor 11 and 9 and 2.
it is a privilege to meet in a dry county facility. Thank you for hosting us. It is a good thing to know that there is always an alternative to the county boardroom. It's actually a beautiful alternative.
The trees are in bloom and
Well, I wasn't saying anything important. Yes, it's great. And the gardens are going to be planted in a couple of weeks.
I think the most important piece is that in order to get to this auditorium, we have to go through the central library.
Yes.
With all the people who are using the central library right now, for all the different reasons that they
Right.
use the central
Yeah,
library.
we're pretty full today.
So this is really a nice and safe place to be.
Great.
And I don't know what part of Destiny has worked here, but we are going to start our meeting today
Okay.
with discussing the budget for libraries in the fiscal year 2026. In case that you didn't notice, we are in session. The county
Okay,
board is in session. It's March 25th, 2025, Day of Greek Independence, by the way,
Oh, nice.
for the very few Greeks that celebrated here, but quite a bunch out in the big world.
Big world. Nice.
So we have to we selected this place today, and I was thanking our libraries director Diane Kresh for her hospitality. Our building is not usable at this moment because we had a pipe burst, and we have to dry out our facility first to see whether we can use it soon again. So for today and tomorrow and for the foreseeable public sessions of the board, a combination of public libraries and the boardroom of the public schools will be the place where we'll be meeting. For today, we're here and we're happy. So let's get started
Okay.
with libraries.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Director.
Yep, welcome, and welcome to our guests. Thank you for being here. It's a terrific opportunity. Mason was absolutely terrific to work with, as was Jeremy, so very quick turnaround to make this possible. So I always begin with gifts. Greek-sparing gifts.
Yes. But in good terms, right?
Yes, no, that's all good.
I'm
So this is Women's History Month, 2 biographies of 2 very important civil servants in their day, and we mentioned them last week in the program to celebrate the proclamation. Thank you again, board members and Ms. Coffey, for being a part of that ceremony. Both of these authors are coming to do, actually, the Perkins author has already been here for a book talk, and Dr. Rooks is coming here later this summer to do a book talk on Mary McLeod Bethune. So we're looking forward to that. Welcome all of you to come. Both were very important. Both were trailblazers in their day. They overlapped somewhat in federal service. Perkins was the longtime director of the Department of Labor, and Bethune served in the Negro Youth Council as its first woman and African-American director. So looking forward to hearing your thoughts on these 2 writers and books and the legacy they've left all of us. I'd like to introduce a couple of staff. I'm joined by Deputy Librarian, Deputy Director, not a librarian, Ann Gable. And I'm also joined by Sarah Davio, who is in charge of all of the acquisitions. Her boss, Rebecca Case, who is the chief of the Collections and Access Division. And Leonard, you're here too. Leonard is the chief of Public Service, and he's joined by Karen Joshi, who is one of the assistant chiefs, and I have a couple of other staff joining us as well. And welcome to AED staff. I see many familiar faces. So with that, you don't have anything to say?
Hi.
Hi. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. We can go to the next slide, please, Rachel. All right. Mission statement. We'll talk through a number of these ideas and concepts as we go through the work session. I do want to call attention to our promise. We promised to be Arlington Civic Cathedral. That was what David Brooks dubbed us as being a few years ago when I had the privilege of interviewing him. Encourage reading and lifelong learning. We'll talk quite a bit about that. And to be a third place for innovation, conversation, and community. We will also talk a little bit about the future of the libraries with respect to third place. And I know you, Ms. Cunningham, raised this issue of third place last year, so we will cover that in the session. Next slide, please. We have 8 full-service locations in a detention center library. I will talk a little bit about the detention center library. Currently, we have 84,000 active patrons. Since FY 2023, the library has attracted over 10,000 new active users. Some of you may remember during the pandemic, our active user base was around 77,000, and we lost 20,000. So not only have they come back, or some number of them come back, but we've actually exceeded that number. We're on pace for 3.9 million checkouts. That, again, is an all-time high. And over 5,000 programs with an estimated 100,000 in attendance. Many people, obviously, attend more than one program because this also includes the story times, which are very popular each week and at each location, but it's a very good indicator of how popular our programs are, and I can talk more about that. Next slide, please. Know Your Rights at Arlington Public Library. We posted this last month as a resource for people in the community who might be feeling the stress of their immigration status. We have this posted in each library location, and we will continue to update as information becomes clear, but this is an opportunity for people to get basic resources. That's who we are. The library provides resources without regard to why you need it or who you are or whether you deserve it or not, but welcoming and accepting of everyone and trying to provide everyone with the level playing field. That's a picture from last year's naturalization ceremony. And I have the same jacket on. How great. Mr. Carantonis? Yes, oh my gosh. Yes. Mr. Carantonis was our keynote. It was a terrific ceremony. We're going to host it again this July. Next slide, please. All right, workforce support at Arlington Public Library. For the last few weeks, we've been providing a lot of materials and support for people who are in the federal workforce who either expect to lose their jobs or have actually lost their jobs. We've done a series of open houses, and we have a series of workshops planned. I see Tara Palacios here. She is very active with my team creating workshops and a number of other things that highlight the innovation, frankly, and the support that's available in the community. The classes have ranged from just getting information about your basic rights as an employee, more of a legalistic perspective, but also stress management, financial literacy. We've got some yoga classes planned. So again, it's been a full court press to get a lot of these things up and running and very quickly. And I believe there's a job fair that AED is sponsoring early in April that we're also going to be a part of. And this information is available at all locations and on our website, and we keep updating it as we get more information. Next slide, please. We also created a special newsletter that we sent out to all of our patrons, reminding them of the resources available for workforce transition for the federal workforce, and the reminder that we always have meeting rooms that can be booked during the day for people either to hold meetings or do interviews or do job searches, et cetera. And of course, the staff is very much available to provide any assistance. Next slide, please. Building third places. One of the topics that was very lively in the Future of the Libraries conversations that we had last year with the Accenture folks, library as third place. That's not a new concept. That actually came out of the sociology field back in the 80s, but it's the idea that you go to a place that's not your home or not your office, but where you can be part of community. And we've always been, I think, pretty strong in that, but even with the Future of the Libraries conversations have doubled down even more. A couple of highlights: we have the wedding at Central Library coming up this July. Our Arlington Reads theme this year is Share the Love. It was originally focusing on romance novels. Yay! But then we decided, no, it's just a time for really embracing everyone. So we changed the theme to Share the Love. One of our staff has wanted to do a wedding here forever. And we had more than 50 couples apply, narrowed it down to 5, and then selected the couple who will have us do their wedding here in July. And it's been a real... It was an incredible experience, actually, to talk with people about something that's very intimate and very personal, and they wanted to share it with the community. The couple that actually, came out ahead were very keen to be very engaged in inviting the community. In fact, the bride-to-be wants to stand at the door and greet people as they come in and invite them to the wedding. So stay tuned. There'll be more about that. Yes, it is a civic cathedral. Thank you. Civic cathedral. Yes, yes. Very good. Okay. All right. So investments. Ms. Cunningham, we talked a lot about this last year, giving something to the Glen Carlin Library or to augment their space. And we've got a nice plan underway. But $20,000 was made available to us thanks to the board. I don't know if you can see it very well, but that's a child's play fire engine, which complements the Arlington displays that we have at each of the locations. And we've also invested in some gaming for that library and seeing a number of sort of tweens coming to take advantage of the space. And we also have some other furniture refiguring plans underway. Continuing with the theme of third place, lots of big events. Game Fest, I think there were like over 700 people that came to Game Fest. We had the Holiday Gift Nook, which we had for the third year. Again, I don't know, 1,500 people or something came to that. Shop open houses are very popular. And then just last week, we had a teen takeover of this building. It reminds me of what you asked me about last year with adult recess. A number of years ago, we did that for several years. And the teen takeover, the library closed at 5, and from 7 to 10, I don't know, there were like 500 teens, running around the library, doing amazing things. It was a partnership with Parks. Parks folks said it was one of their highest attended events ever. We have some pictures on our website of the event, but it looked like a lot of fun, and it was nice to host such a variety of teens, and big kudos to both Parks and our staff for pulling it off. Memory Cafe we've been doing since 2022. It's for adults who are in early stages or more advanced stages of dementia and Alzheimer's. It's an opportunity to come together and to be in a social setting with their caregivers and other people. Sometimes it's just conversation. Often it's a craft, but it's a way to get out and about into the community in a very safe environment. And we have, I think there are close to 1,000 participants who attend these memory cafes. Arlington play areas, very comparable to what you'd find in a children's museum for preschoolers, and it's at each of our locations. Join or Die is our newest public community engagement based on the Robert Putnam book, Bowling Alone, from some years ago. And We hosted the film Join or Die, community engagement. Connect with community wherever you are, whether it's a bike group or political based or a garden club. And there has been a lot written recently about social isolation. Vivek Murthy, who was in the Biden administration as Surgeon General, made isolation one of his themes. And I can call your attention to an article in The Atlantic from a month ago by Derek Thompson about social isolation. The more we think we're connected because we're on our phones and our iPads, the less we know who our neighbors are. And so we have really taken that to heart and have a series of programs planned. In fact, tonight, competing with your event here, sadly, is the second stage of the Join or Die conversation. So they'll be working upstairs in the quiet study room with, pizza and conversation. There's a panel. There's a community picnic planned for later this spring as well. So we'll see where we go. We're open to ideas about other things we can do to really ignite the spirit of community engagement, particularly as it pertains to reducing isolation and people feeling alone, frankly, which we all felt certainly in the pandemic. Next slide, please. Teens at Arlington Public Library, again, thank you to the board for the money that we received last year to improve 2 of our teen spaces. They are at Westover, and I have the Westover branch manager here, who was an early pioneer in getting a space set up for the teens, many of whom flocked there to the Westover branch after school at Swanson. $25,000 went to the Westover Library to finish what they'd already started, $75,000 for here. Teens use most of this building. In fact, lots of them use the second floor, but we also have a teen space that we're redoing down here next to the children's area so that they have their own space, and this is a schematic of that. Big shout out to the young woman in DES, Aubrey Espanta, who did the drawings and worked with our team to really make it a space. So the teens are not forced to go into these spaces. We want to make them attractive enough so that there's a natural desire to be part of them. But it was well worth the investment. We spent a lot of time talking to teens about what they were looking for, and the teens at Westover are actually going to make the final decisions on where the furniture will be replaced. So listening to teens was a very important part of this project. And then the Teen Volunteer Program is something we started about a year ago. It's most active here at Central and again at Westover Library, but teens signing up to help library staff with tasks. They have their own schedule. Many schools require a certain number of community hours, so this is a great way for them to come in and do something that they want to do on their own terms. And they work with our staff who provide, in many cases, mentoring roles. And the teen volunteers, I think we have over 50, and there are mostly from W&L, because that's right across the street, but also from Wakefield and some of the private schools in the area. So that program is growing. Next slide, please. Equity in our work, the detention center, I want to focus a little bit on that. We have redone the detention center collection. It's a real gift to be able to work with the residents of the detention center and satisfy, ignite their interests in reading, and much of our collections development has been driven by their interests in what they want to read. They've also started, the residents have book clubs, and we've done a number of author events. Early, we showed the slide of the author of Chain Gang All-Stars, who did a program with them. And the residents, they read the books, and they're ready to talk with the authors, and it's a really, it's a great partnership. Can't thank the sheriff and his staff enough for being willing to work with us on making this resource available. About a year ago, we also started a Teen Buddies program where teens, actual teens, work with 7- and 8-year-olds to improve their reading. We work with APS to identify the children, make sure that it's well known in the school system that this project and this program is available. We also work with our Volunteer Arlington to identify teens. We interviewed, I think the last round in January and through March of this year, 35 teens were interviewed and 10 pairs were selected. So this is the third time that we've done it. And Ms. Cunningham was asking me about metrics earlier when we were waiting for the session to begin, and how do we know it's making a difference? And we don't have a good way of doing it mathematically, but we get many letters from parents saying, my child never read a chapter book. My child wanted to go to the library, and that was a new thing because they bonded with the teen they were working with. So it's that intergenerational relationship that's so important. So we'll continue that. And our outreach librarian, one of them is spending a lot of time going out into the community to the AHC and True Ground Properties and Arlington Mill, doing preschool programming and tween programming, book clubs, graphic novels, those kinds of things. Next slide, please. We have a partnership with the Arlington Public Schools. Many of you probably use the Libby app through Overdrive. There's a part of that called Sora, which is for schools use. School students in Arlington without a library card can use their ID card to get into Libby and use the resources in Sora for recreational reading. There are about 6 schools currently participating: Wakefield, Swanson, Jefferson, Campbell, a couple of others, and we will continue. We started small with just one school to see how it would work out, and it's really dependent, of course, on the support of the schools, but we're really pleased with the partnership. So that's Sora, S-O-R-A. And then we have an exhibit coming up later this year to celebrate and honor the 1965 Voting Rights Act, the 60th anniversary of that. And we'll have a series of displays here in Central Library, and also currently planning for Bosman. And we are working with the Library of Congress, George Mason University, the Black History Museum, the Historical Society, a number of partners working both to identify material as well as help with the setup. And that's a page from a voter rights pamphlet that was produced by the NAACP. It's also part of our Charlie Clark Center for Local History collection. Next slide, please. Okay, summary of proposed changes. The proposal has a reduction and freeze in public services staff, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Also, a reduction in the one-time funds that we've been getting for the collections over the previous 2 fiscal years. And I can, again, talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. A couple of other changes. We are raising the fee for interlibrary loan. There are about 300 patrons of that service. It's a pretty standard service for libraries. If you are living outside of a geographic area, you can borrow from another library system. And we are recommending a fee change so that we can cover the cost of shipping. And then the self-checkout is a real revamping of the self-checkout program. It will improve the user experience, take up less real estate at each of our locations, and also be able to sync with our MeScan. I think I demonstrated MeScan last year. You just take out your phone and you can check out your books. And then, of course, the collections budget, the proposal for $250,000 in one time, which we're planning to spend on e-materials. Next slide, please. This is a history of the last 10 years of what has been in the one time as well as what is in our base budget. And you can see there have been a number of years where the budget was such that we were not able to get anything in the way of one-time funding, so we are very grateful for the consideration this year for the one-time monies. And again, I can talk a little bit more about that as we move ahead. Next slide, please. As you might imagine, circulation rises and falls with how much we have in our budget for collections. The blue is the e-collections, the orange is the print collections. The figure I gave earlier, I think, or maybe I'm going to give it soon, we have about 50,000 users who've been added as a result of e-material, so it's a very, very popular. And when I say audio, ebooks. I personally read almost exclusively audiobooks, and that's true of many, many of our patrons. So we will expect a dip in circulation, even with the 250,000, which we are very grateful for. It is a difference from the 2 prior fiscal years, and so we will note that there will be a drop. Next slide, please. Wait times, similarly, we have had them as high as 17 weeks previously because of the way the budget is and the availability of materials. So again, we expect to see an increase in the wait times for books. Ideally, 12 weeks is reasonable, 10 weeks better. Anything lower than that is pretty hard to sustain. So we may see something in the order of 35 plus weeks for an ebook, e-audio. And next slide, please. Library collections. Okay, this is where 50,000 unique users. Yes, I mean the growth in the e-collections has been phenomenal. It's always been true. The more we spend, the greater the use. And there are some categories. People in their 30s, 40s are more likely to borrow the e-materials. Children still are mostly in print, although we see shifts in that as well. And just a reminder of the kinds of things we have. We do have a really strong database collection that's in the middle, where we have a lot of digital magazines and newspapers. Canopy, streaming video, great collection, both of, especially in independent films, and then the audio and ebooks, which, again, the growth has been phenomenal. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've spoken a little bit, especially on the bottom of the slide, the outcome measures we're expecting with the one-time money, the rise in the wait times, 35 plus weeks, which is there, and for the popular titles, similar. About the same print titles added to the collection, you see 53,000, and with the e-materials, a drop from 35,000 of this year. Next, please. Let's see. We had 2 retirements in public service, a library assistant who works circulation, and a page, a shelver. They retired, they took the early out. They were both in drop, and we will not replace those positions. And then we are freezing for 6 months a branch manager position, and I just got another vacancy in branch managers. Those positions, I've been here a long time, and those positions for years didn't turn over, and I think post-pandemic, people are really thinking about what they want to do for the rest of their lives, and they're moving, and that's great. We're very happy when people find a great opportunity outside of Arlington. So those are the impacts, and we do still have 1 frozen position from about a year ago, a library assistant. A person was promoted from within, so that position is still frozen, and we are working with DMF to find the appropriate time to make that available again, fill that position. Next slide. Key budget considerations. So going forward, the temporary budget, we still rely very heavily on temporary staff. We did start a movement a few years ago with the manager to convert some 18 and a half positions from temporary to permanent. We're about halfway through that. On average, we spend about $300,000, no, excuse me. We are budgeted for about $300,000 for the temps who provide service for us per week 432 hours, so it's not insignificant. And then we do have volunteers. We have about 200 volunteers who do a range of tasks. But to keep our 8 locations open, the 409 hours per week, and 4 of the locations are open 7 days a week, it takes a combination of volunteers, a lot of temps, and of course the professional staff of the library. So that is a continuing concern of ours, and one that we are very conscious of, not sacrificing any of our high-quality public service, but recognizing that we're covering a lot of ground. And yeah, just a word about the future of the libraries. I briefed most of you last year, not you, Mr. Spain, because you hadn't been appointed yet, but this is the work that we did with Accenture and the community to talk about the next phase of librarianship and what it looks like, and very strong results from the community on establishing a kid zone, which we talked a little bit in part because we have Arlington, but we also added the fire station to Glen Carlin, and also a teen space, again, whether it's its own building or own floor or own space. We are doing remodeling of some of our locations. I mentioned Westover and Central earlier, but there's more we can do, again, to make the library attractive to young people. And I think the Book Buddies program is certainly a means of doing that. The teen volunteer programs, just seeing all the teens who are up on the second floor coming here after school, it's quite a change from what I remember before the pandemic. So we're grateful that they're finding us, and we want to be able to do more. And I will wrap it there, and thank you very much for your attention. And my mouth is dry because I went at lightning speed, but thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kresh. Colleagues, I don't believe that we have any commissions on this. Colleagues, the questions? No, Art says with AD, right?
Yes, perfect.
Correct. So, questions? Mr. Vice Chair DeFerrant.
Thank you, Ms. Kresh, for your work, and the phrase civic cathedral seems to ring particularly poignantly at this moment. Question for you about thinking back to the collections. I begrudgingly felt in the midst of COVID that it was right to not have one time, that 1 year. I'm trying to think about the 250, and then your last slide contained the bullet that talks about temporary workers. And there's, if I'm reading right under 295, 300,000 for temporary workers. That bullet, the way I read it, could either mean we can't easily finish the job of getting from halfway there on permanent employees to all the way there, or it could mean we don't have enough money for the temporary employees that we need. We have zero ongoing money, as you know. We do have one time, and so I'm sort of debating and thinking in my mind about the moment we're in and collections and then temporary employees. Do we need one-time money? Of course we always need, but can you say a little bit about one-time money in the context of those two potential uses?
Thank you. It's definitely a trade-off. It's an either-or. The challenge with one time for the collections is that we have it, and we were very lucky and fortunate the last couple of years and had quite a windfall. And then what happens when it goes away? And that the 250 for this year that's proposed is much more in alignment with all of those years prior to the last two, where we did get a significant boost. I would say that from a budgeting standpoint and the stability of the collections and the sustainability of the value and the high quality collections, in addition to the base budget, would be better. Then we're not dependent on the vagaries of, well, one time or no one time. So that's to that. The temps, it's just we do not have enough staff. And that's, the more we do, the more that is apparent that there aren't enough people to do much beyond trying to keep the doors open, but you can see from the presentation that we're obviously doing a lot more to meet the needs of the community. So I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I think they're both ongoing.
Great, well, that answers the-
If that helps you.
It does. I mean, I would say that it's a point-in-time moving target on the temporary employee amount. So with the vacancy you just mentioned, you know, I may follow up with an email that just asks about whether that 295 is still our estimate on the temporary employee budget. And we've got wrestling to do over the 250 and the total number in the one slide you made, and that's just wrestling that I'll want to do. It's not COVID, it's a man-made challenge or person-made challenge, man-made in this case. But you know, the competing one-time needs are also things I know you care about. So that's what I'll be wrestling with. Thank you.
Right, and I want to also say that the staff, the public service staff in particular, is very conscious of continually looking at how we do things. We made a number of changes to how we process requests, et cetera, during COVID, when we had the luxury, if you will, of not having to be open at all of the locations. So we had the opportunity to step back and really evaluate what we're doing and how we're doing it. So we will continue to do that as we wrestle with what the actual needs are so that we can be open the number of hours that we've committed to.
Thank you. I have a complementary question before I go to other colleagues on more questions. So on the, I understand that I mean, it's really a steep hill to try to keep up with funding collections, because not only it is an amount, it is also what we buy with that is every time more expensive. I remember we had long conversation about how expensive is licensing an ebook, you know, versus a physical book. And I guess and time after time, year after year, you're describing that the trends go to where the more expensive per items are. So do we look at alternative or complementary subsidiary ways to fund that? Like, for example, inviting, you know, donations, applying for grants, or things like that. Is that at all a viable way to do things?
Applying for grants is not something that we are able to do for collections. We can apply for grants for programs. When we've done that, we are very rarely successful. And with the changes to IMLS and NEH and NEA, if we were to get grants, we wouldn't be now because of the changes happening in those institutions. The Friends of the Library do the annual book sales. We do, so that gives us the programming money. I don't know if I went very quickly over the opening slides, but there was a bullet that said that all of our programming is provided by the Friends. And that's to the tune of about $388,000 a year. That's all of the summer reading programs. That's equipment for the Maker Lab upstairs that I know you, Mr. Karantonis, have taken advantage of, as well as the Arlington Reads program and a range of other things. So it's not an insignificant, they are helping us a lot on that front. But for the collections, that's a different conversation, and I don't have a good answer for you on that.
That's okay. Well, my point is to figure out what is the pressure to consider a base appropriation for collections in our ongoing budget. You know, and I think that the pressure is significant, and there are not too many alternatives to play around.
That's
so
correct.
We don't have too many options here.
Right.
The second thing is I vividly remember the results of the strategic planning and the Accenture questionnaire, etc. The bottom line for me was that for the specific foci like kids zones, teen programs, etc., there were two things that were coming to mind. First, we need staff and more specialized staff that has or acquires the abilities or the focus here on the job. And the second is we need more interdepartmental collaboration.
Yes.
Like with DPR, for example. So is that something that you work with your colleagues or with the manager's team?
Yes, I agree. We do collaborate with the DPR. I mentioned the teen takeover from the other evening. That was very much a collaboration. And we do have staff, my programming staff, who work regularly with the teen staff at DPR. They've connected with the new person who's managing teen programs. Anita in DHS has just started a new program where she's bringing a number of us together. So yeah, no one of us can do it alone. No amount of money is going to make that much of a difference. So each of us bring our relevant expertise and enthusiasm for working with young people. We obviously, in our lane of providing safe spaces and content and supporting the Teen Network Board, et cetera, can play that role. We're never probably going to see the kinds of numbers regularly that a basketball program with DPR would, but the teen takeover was a good example of just kind of low-tech involvement, engaging a lot of kids, 700 kids, 500 kids, I think. The Game Fest, there were lots of families and younger people who participated in Game Fest. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier about social isolation and loneliness. People are looking for group activities that don't cost money or don't involve alcohol or driving in the car someplace. And so if they come to the library, they're engaging in a safe environment with other people in the community. So they're getting to know people around an interest like games, board games, video games. I don't know, there were kids playing tag. I mean, go figure. But it's, the challenge then is when we have a game fest that attracts 700 people, they get bigger, and then we almost run out of space, and I think we become sometimes victims of our own success. So then the challenge is to replicate it, but in a different kind of way, so that we're not overburdening the building or the staff, or keeping the people who are participating from having a good time because there are simply too many people. We ran into that a little bit with the Gift Nook this year because it's a very compressed weekend event. It's well attended. I've gone to 2 of the 3 years. This year we were just overwhelmed by people, and then you start to worry about whether or not there's enough stuff for people to really feel like they're having a meaningful and pleasant shopping experience. So good problem to have. I'd rather have the programs oversubscribed and really, really popular and figure out how to do them in a way that satisfies multiple needs, including the public and their enjoyment of it.
Yeah, I can attest to how successful they are. And by the way, yeah, you would qualify also as cathedrals of public health, right? So, Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, great place to pick up because I wanted to focus a little bit on the programs and the things that we offer in libraries that are not just books, because I think we do a lot and it's really cool. I know probably everyone here is aware of the really viral TikTok on our makerspace that got a lot of attention nationally because people are like, oh my God, this is so cool. But I also still find that a lot of people in our community don't know what all the things that we offer. I'm wondering, if you could just share in terms of like marketing, like how we get those things out to the community. Obviously our big events are well attended, and I've been to a number of things here where it's like you walk in and you're like, whoa. But I think in terms of the day-to-day, things like the makerspace or the children's story time, and how do we get that in front of people?
Great question, thank you. marketing is something we spend a lot of time on, and we know we can always spend more because we're not seeing everyone in the community who could take advantage of our resources. We have calendars, we have flyers, we do publish a monthly newsletter, which often highlights the upcoming programs. Those are for patrons, so if you're not a patron, how do we reach you? And that's where it has to be a little bit more deliberative, connecting with some of our partners in the community, letting APS know what we're doing. When they're more sort of personal health related, working with DHS to spread the word. We've done some programming with the free clinic, for example, to make sure that people are aware of the kinds of things we're doing. Like, we're not just books. That's a great way to start. We have the telehealth conference area over at Columbia Pike, which was set up just at the end of the pandemic so that people could have a private conversation with their physician if they didn't have a private space at home, and not everyone does. So we're constantly looking for ways to talk about what we're doing. We do get a lot of data from our systems on program attendance. We are still looking to make sure that there are parts of the community that are maybe not being reached by us. We would like, over time, to spend much more on outreach. I do have 2 outreach positions. I referenced one of them earlier. One of them focuses on children, families, if you will. The second focuses on older adults, and so she makes visits to Arlington Village and Culpeper Gardens. But it's 2 people, and there's a lot of geography to cover, which makes the need for partnerships all the more apparent. So I'm going to say yes and to your question, because there's definitely more we can do, and we do rely a lot on feedback. We hear this all the time. Oh, I didn't know you did this, and so then how do we make sure that our apps and our website, and most of all, I think sometimes people just need to be connected with a friend or a neighbor, somebody they trust, a church group, some kind of club in the neighborhood, to reach people that way. That's why I have a lot of, I'm looking forward to the join or die as that evolves over the next several months. I had a conversation with Ms. Cunningham just last week about community engagement. I think that the county is always looking for other ways to engage with the people who are not otherwise clued into what we're offering. And our services could do them a lot of good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think deputizing the people who are already using it to go tell, that's what I do when it comes to, I think the telehealth rooms is a huge example. I have many friends who would like to go to therapy. It's all telehealth now, but they have roommates, and they don't want to, a lot of these apartment walls are very thin. And so I've been kind of the person pushing and being like, well, do you know we have this? Do you know we can do this? And I think it does work best when you have someone that you trust in your own life pushing it on you a little bit.
100%. We have just begun planning for a space at Bosman on the first floor to replicate the telehealth center that we have at Columbia Pike. And we have a lot of volunteers who are in the mental health field or personal care, self-care field. We have a very popular mindfulness class at the Bosman Library. So it's everything from the more sort of clinical that you have to go to a practitioner, and then everything else, the yoga classes and the mindfulness classes, so that we can reach people when they need a break.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'll pass along now.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham.
I wanted to pick up on one of the points you made about very, very full programs and spaces that get very full. How are you doing on availability of space? And are there programs where you need different kinds of spaces that we might have elsewhere, whether they're AED spaces in office buildings or the arts campus or APS spaces or DPR? How's that working? And from a community member perspective, what do you think it would look like if we got that really right?
Great question. We have been successful in getting Kenmore Auditorium in particular. The Kenmore folks are very easy to deal with. We've also used the auditorium at W&L. These are for the big sort of author events. We've used Lubber Run for events. Our programming staff is in touch with DPR so that if their space is a better fit for us, then we will do that. Beyond sort of the obvious players, I'm not aware that we have a problem. I'm thinking this room only seats 175. We have often exceeded that. We certainly did with the workshop for federal employees on those 2 subsequent Thursdays. It would be great, I'm sure it's on the manager's bucket list, to have a multi-purpose facility that is greater than anyone that Parks or us or even Sequoia can provide. But we constantly look for, if we can't host it here, then where can we? So we haven't had a situation where it just, we can't do the program. I think with the numbers, it's also an issue of having enough staff to make sure that the 700 people attending Game Fest are having a good time and able to do the thing that they came to do, because that was the whole point, to be in community and to do something fun. So it's a great question, and we will continue to look at options across the county for which areas would be the best fit for a program.
Great. And then I had a question on your wait time data. I don't know if you can put the slide back up. That might be too hard for us. But I think you're projecting kind of getting on to 30 weeks or so. And I know a couple years ago, we were trying to hit an 8-week wait time. Is that the same metric? Did we ever hit it? Or was that for average and this is for the most popular?
So my expert in wait times is here, but let me try it first. We got down to about between 12 and 10 weeks, which is sustainable.
Okay.
Anything lower than that, it's really tough to keep that steady without massive amounts of money. I would say that right now we're maybe 10, 12 weeks. Is that about right, Sarah? 12, 16.
And we should clarify, this applies to really to the highest demand.
Yes.
And the newest. So typically it's the 10 first titles of the New York Times list, etc. Right? I experience 10 seconds wait times for the stuff that I normally read. Including for the New Yorker, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Great, and then I'll just close with lifting up the civic cathedral concept and the civic engagement concept. I think we're in a really interesting time, and I think we've been through some interesting times recently as well. This morning was the Northern Virginia Community Foundation talking about youth well-being, and and that was the theme there as well. That civic engagement is an inoculation. It is an investment in our overall health. And so I just put that out there for my colleagues and for the manager that I think across this year, we want to find ways to lift up, democracy and civic engagement as ways to reconnect and restitch our community. I think the need is greater than ever.
yes, I agree. And one of the sort of hidden talents, if you will, of the youth services staff is that when the teens do come in, or the tweens, they form relationships with our staff. And our staff is sometimes the folks who hear the bad news first, because the child doesn't feel comfortable for whatever reason talking to a parent or a teacher. So it's sort of we have the third place, and this is the third person. And those relationships are important and kind of sacred. And yes, we do not see the numbers that APS is seeing, obviously, or in some of the popular parks programs, but where we are and what we can do, with our staffing and the expertise that we have and the empathy that, frankly, our staff has. We know we are making a difference, and we would love to do more, and we will continue to try to identify ways to do more. So thank you.
Great.
Mr. Spain.
Last one. Well, first, let me say thank you, Ms. Grish, for all of your hard work, and a lot of the questions I had were answered. I think we've heard some concerns from constituents about collections, of course, and then some of our library assistants across the county. But I'll try to just make this really brief. My colleague mentioned earlier about, on slide 8, we are talking about teens at Arlington Public Library, and that $100,000 that was invested basically last year went towards Westover and Central Library. What I would love to hear from you is, as we talk about building community and space and being innovative, but also putting on that the equity lens that we as a county have, right? You've talked a little bit about some things that have happened at Arlington Mill, but what I see right now, there's still a large segment of the population that's missing, right? And so can you talk to me a little bit about what do you see from an innovative way, right? How do we get it to, let's say, parts of South Arlington? I'm gonna be quite pointed, simply because that is the most diverse area of our community. And what you'll see, right, are different languages, you know all of this, right? So how do we take on that approach? And I know it's gonna take some money, right? But what are your thoughts from an innovative position, how we engage, coupled with challenges in literacy, the digital divide? How do we bring folks along to share in this community concept that we have?
Thank you. Great question. We do a lot of visits to locations. We go to every school in Arlington in June promoting summer reading. All of the elementary schools. We're there for book talks and working with the teachers and the reading specialists to engage kids and sign them up. And each year, the statistics and the level of participation in summer reading alone is significantly higher. I mentioned earlier our outreach librarian who has connected with the AHC properties as well as Pure Ground. So she goes there regularly. She's seeing an increase in the number of kids who are engaging with her. They are probably more tweens than teens, but she's doing book clubs with them, graphic novel projects, and just getting them familiar with with what the library can offer. And we're going to them, which if I had more outreach, I would take much more of our activities, especially for young people, and the parts of the community that aren't as close to a library. The closest one is Columbia Pike. That's been a challenge this year because of the construction going on over there. So I'm hoping that when that's done, we'll be able to do more to bring people into the building. But I'm also, as I said, I'm a big believer in going where the people are. And so I want to continue to explore more relationships along Columbia Pike in particular, starting with the schools and making strong connections with the schools to put us in touch with families and students and understanding more thoroughly what their needs are. It's one thing for me to have, I'm 70, so my ideas...
No way, you're not 70.
Yeah, thank you. Right? Okay. My ideas about what a kid might want are very different. My idea of Game Fest is Candyland. But talking to, which is a great game. No, not Candy Crush, Candy, but not to, you've hit on something that is probably the most vexing for libraries and librarians, not only in this community, but everywhere. How do we get in touch in a sustainable way with the people who need us most?
Right.
And it's very easy for me to say, well, this, but it's community relationships, it's connections, it's building trust, which you, Ms. Coffey, were kind of, when you engage with the person that you trust, you're more likely to go along with the program. And so I will say that it is a constant. We probably will never get to where I would want to get or you would want to get.
Why not?
I think it's a moving target in some respects, because people are fluid and they go through different phases of their lives. It doesn't change the aspiration. It doesn't change the goal. It changes how we do it. And I think we need to continue to look at more, you use the word innovative and creative and non-traditional ways of reaching people.
Yeah. Well, again, that may conclude what I have. My colleagues I just have a lot to say thank you for what you're doing, you and the team here in our community. I found myself in this place simply because, we talk about effective communication being the key to success, and, being able to reach folks and getting outside of your comfort zone. I think this is the challenge a lot of times in our county, is that we think we may be hitting the right benchmarks. And in order to make really good data-driven decisions and know where you are, back to the $100,000 that we put in Westover and Central, I would really want to know, who's showing up, right? So when we pivot and move on to other endeavors, perhaps on the other side of South Arlington, how do we know we're making the mark? Because there has to be some goals identified. If not, we're just all kind of shooting in the dark, right? And I think you get it. I'm here. I think we're all here to help you be successful.
Right.
Down the road, the libraries are critically important to our community. There are safe spaces for our youth and for many folks. There's something I think Ms. Coffey was talking about. I just gave it some thought, right? That is true, right? My kids rent, and next door, you may want to go somewhere private where you can have this space, and why not libraries? So thank you for what you're doing, and no further questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I've seen how the program, let's call it this way, how libraries has evolved over the last year. So I thank everybody for having made that. So I wouldn't go to the extent of Mr. Brooks to call it a cathedral, because I have my relationships with cathedrals. They're not always linear, but it's the backbone. And as a backbone, I've seen right now that libraries are a completely different place, from a place where a service is delivered, and we're still talking in terms of service delivery, but we are pivoting and shifting to a place where people go. It is very important that they go. We always thought about going where people are. We have buses, we have external programs, etc. But actually what we really want is that people come here, that they are with a mixed population of fellow Arlingtonians, etc. And then we have to face the challenges of the time. I see, for example, the issue of fake news and completely distorted information, etc. The libraries are the last resort in reality. The libraries I call alma maters. Right now, I see them mounting a riot on what is real information, what is truth, and what is not truth, and rising up to be educational institutions as well as gathering places. So I commend you for attempting that on our behalf altogether. And I still think that you're among the departments who are one of the best brands. Very visible and very, very discernible. Maybe I'm biased because I see it more, but more is better here. Let's see how we can invest more.
Well, thank you very much for those kind words, and thank you. The questions, you've all given us a lot to think about. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Can I add one last thing?
Of course.
The author, Dr. Rebecca Graham, lived in Arlington when she wrote this book. I knew her for quite some time before she published this while she was working on her PhD. She's awesome.
That's right. And I believe you got the autographed copy because you read the proclamation last week. So that's our treat for you. No, both women are remarkable, and I was thrilled to be able to provide these for you. So thank you all.
So from cathedrals of thought and civic engagement to the street fight for the dollars, Arlington Economic Development.
Right. Okay.
Thank you very, very much for presenting.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. And I will pass to my colleague, Mr. Spain, to steer us and
Oh.
lead us through this conversation on Arlington economic development, the business improvement districts, and our urban partnerships.
Thank you, Mr. Dacus.
Welcome, Mr. Tuchel and the entire crew.
Are we? Sure. Okay. Everyone's ready? Sure.
We go? Yeah.
Great. Well, good evening, Brian and team, and county manager, of course, as always. Welcome to your work session. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Ryan, because I'm sure you may want to introduce your team and get started.
Excellent. Thank you. It's great to be here this afternoon to talk about the future of economic development and our proposed budget. We're going to discuss how your investments in AED have helped to drive economic development outcomes, and we'll also talk about how we are managing through our proposed budget with some changes this year, in addition to some new fees. But before I begin, I will introduce the team that's here. Sitting with me is our Deputy Director, Kate Angie, and our Operations Director, Ifeaki Banga, who will chime in from time to time. We also have in the audience or online, Mark McCulley with the Real Estate Development Group, Michael Stiefvater with Business Investment, Tara Palacios with BizLaunch, Emily Cassell with Tourism, Michelle Isabel Stark with Cultural Affairs, Kelly Reinfuse with Communications, and I did see Rebecca Graham here, who is Ifeak's sidekick on our operations team and helps manage all of our finances. So good to have her with us today. We'll go ahead and jump to the next slide, if that works. Perfect. With 30% of our tax revenue coming from business activity, we play an important role in managing the fiscal health of the county. And as you know, that revenue helps us generate, expand our tax base to help offset having to raise taxes or cut services. And so we do this by encouraging business activity and real estate development. And in the past two budget cycles, the board has been very generous with their ongoing or one-time funding to help us drive business expansion and job growth and entrepreneurship. And so if we go to the next slide, that's kind of our theme for tonight, is how we're using this money to help drive these outcomes. And that includes not just support for our businesses and obviously the county's tax base, but fostering economic opportunity for those that live and work here in Arlington. So if we can go to the next slide, what we thought we would do is talk to you or provide you a few examples just right off the top of how your money is being used. And so starting with our business attraction and retention, we have a team of 9 that works on this activity. And throughout the year, they are helping to manage an active pipeline of office projects. Right now, that pipeline is 62 projects. And a great example of that is the CoStar project, which we announced last year, which will add 650 jobs to the county. They purchased a building in Roslyn, and that's going to generate significant revenue for the county over the long term. Business investment also manages our tech ecosystem work, and we've been very active in this space the last 2 years through our Arlington Innovation Fund. And one great example of that is we seed funded $50,000 to a company called GenLogs. That company has now gone on to raise $21 million in venture capital, and they've hired 32 people based here in Arlington. We continue to work on our real estate development activities through the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative. And as you know, the adaptive reuse policy that you passed last year has been implemented. And within the first month, we had 3 projects come through that, totaling a conversion of 935,000 square feet of office space into new residential and new hotel rooms. And so we're continuing our work in that area. In arts and culture, we thanks to the increase in grant funding last year, we continue to be able to support our arts organizations here locally. One great example is MoCA, which is a grant recipient for the past 3 years, and when they did Reclining Liberty, that resulted in a 300% increase in visitors to the museum and into the Ballston neighborhood. So helping to kind of bring arts along with our economic development mission. In tourism, ACVS has invested $28,000 into the CVent group sales platform, and that's helping us capture hotel room stays, a total of 42,000 bookings, which equates to nearly $15 million in revenue. And finally, our small business team continues to use the resources that you've provided in addition to the staff positions to help legacy businesses like Crystal Boutique, who went through our relaunch program, and with the help of BizLaunch staff, was able to pivot their business when the Crystal City Underground closed. So these are just 6 examples of the types of work that we're doing throughout the year, thanks to the investments that you're making. We'll go to the next slide, please. But as we talked about last Tuesday, and we continue to talk about almost every day, we are once again faced with a pretty significant challenge. And we thought, in building this presentation and wanting to talk to you about the year looking ahead, we thought it was important to look backwards. And in the past 25 years, you can see at least 6 major examples of impacts to our community that caused severe economic disruption and uncertainty and resulted in us having to rebuild our community in some cases, had it force us to think about how to be more resilient. And we find ourselves, unfortunately, again in that position. And I won't dwell on that since we had a public discussion about that last week, but I think you all are very aware of the challenges that we're facing. And what's interesting about the 6 examples is that in each case, the board made investments in economic development to help us kind of see our way through that and come out the other side. And I'm confident that the investments and the team that we have in place will help us see ourselves through this new somewhat uncharted territory that we find ourselves in, and happy to discuss more about the current state of the situation if that's of interest. On the next slide, we just wanted to highlight that we can't do all of our work without our great partners, and this list grows every year. We're very fortunate to work with teams that are locally based, regionally based. Sometimes they're Commonwealth-wide organizations, they're state agencies, they're local agencies. Their education institutions, the list goes on. We are very fortunate to have a great group of individuals behind us in our work and aligned with our mission, and we frankly can't do it without them. And so just wanted to make sure we recognize that point. When we go to the next slide, we've talked about having money, we've talked about having great partners and teams. We also have a great data-driven strategy, and we've talked about this with the board now several times. These 5 goals are what are driving our work. Within these goals are priorities that we've now, goals and objectives that we've now prioritized, and we've begun to work on at least 14 near-term priorities to make sure that we continue to implement this plan. This year, we repurposed a position internally to give ourselves some more project management support and increase our capacity to help our divisions build work plans for each of these priorities that they're working on. And that's helping us to make sure that once we begin to implement this, we can track results and see how we're doing compared to what our consultants helped us put together. So when we talk about, next slide, Mason, thanks. So in terms of our key budget considerations, we really looked at this in a couple different lenses when we were asked in the fall by the county manager to begin to develop our budget. First, we asked, do the programs and activities we do currently continue to align with our vision, mission, and strategic plan? We considered other county-wide priorities like climate and resiliency, the CPHD planning work plan, our equity work across the county, and so on, to make sure we were plugged in on those. And then we thought about, when we got our budget target, how do we develop a budget that mitigates service impacts? And then we also when we found out that we were going to have some new investment potentially this year, we thought about how that investment can continue to fund strategic initiatives. And so what you see on the screen here is like a list of our strategic investments that we're making in the budget or proposing to make, and then the list of ongoing core activities. And I'm going to go through most of these in significant detail going forward. So we can go to the next one. So just to set the table, we thought we'd start with the strategic investments. County manager added $750,000 to his proposed budget to support economic development tools and incentives. And over the last couple of weeks since he released that plan, we've gone back and allocated that money to the categories that you see on the screen. And we have follow-up slides on each of these. But basically, most all of these are programs that we've already started and that we've seen proven results in. There's a few new things that we want to try. They were kind of on our list of strategic priorities from our plan, and now we have some availability of funding, so we'd like to try to put some of that money towards some of these new things. So again, I'll go through these in detail. So next slide, Mason. The first is our Arlington Innovation Fund. We're proposing $300,000 to continue the fund. Historically, in the last 2 years, we had $1 million in '24. We carried over some of that money, had additional $250,000 last year, and this year we're increasing that amount to $300,000. And this will really allow us to continue to focus on the activities that we're doing to foster a strong startup community. Over the last 2 years, we've been able to grow our brand as Arlington being the region's premier tech hub. And that's not just by hosting events, but we've sponsored accelerators. We've brought in venture capitalists to connect with our companies. And so really what we're trying to do here with this programming is increase our startup formation and growth, so both new companies and existing companies, and then continue to raise our profile as a tech hub. And I think we're doing a really great job with that. Next slide, please. The National Landing Innovation District, this is a proposal that we've seed funded through the Innovation Fund. We have brought in a world-renowned consultant to help us develop a plan for an innovation district, which we would build and, not build, but have in National Landing. We've been working with the City of Alexandria and the National Landing bid on this project, and over the last year, we've just been exploring this and trying to understand what does it take to have a successful innovation district. What we're doing currently is we're about to kick off a process with our consultant to construct a business plan for the district so we can really define what the district is, what activities and programs they would be focused on, and then what private sector donors do we need to go out and talk to about being contributors to the district, because this should not be a fully publicly funded district. And this is not, the vision for this is not to be like our business improvement districts where there's a tax or a fee or some kind of an assessment. It's more driven by contributions from the private sector. And so our goal is to have that plan developed over the course of this summer with the hopes of being able to announce the formation of the district sometime later this year. And when we worked with this company to kind of figure this out, the thing that was really interesting is we went up to Cambridge, Massachusetts, where MIT is, and toured the district that's up there, and significant results over many years, decades, if you will, but in terms of new real estate development, job growth, companies relocating there, companies being born there. So this is really what we see as a tool to help foster the tech ecosystem. And the reason for it kind of the focus right now on National Landing is because of the significant concentration of technology companies that we have there. We also have interest in partnership from the City of Alexandria and, as a result, Virginia Tech. So we felt like this was a good area to begin to focus. But we do know that other districts are being kind of thought about and formed in other parts of the region. And this is not something we can't have just one of. So but we wanted to start somewhere, and we're excited to get this, this process, continue to move it forward this year. Next slide, please. The Arlington Tech Launchpad is our new program. So this is a program that would be funded for the first time next year. And really what this is what's commonly referred to as an international soft landing program. Those programs really aim to help attract companies from outside of the U.S. We have opened this up to outside of our region, so domestic companies can be part of this as well. But it's really designed to help companies, help reduce barriers to entry into our markets by companies that may never have done business either in the U.S. or in this region. And so we launched this this year virtually, and we had a kickoff event last month. And later in May, we're going to have what we're calling an immersion program, where we're going to bring 12 companies to Arlington and have them be hosted here for a couple of days to kind of immerse them into our community, let them get to know Arlington, explain all the great things we can do to support their growth, with the hopes that brings us new prospects faster. And then we'll be pairing that up with the International Select USA Conference that's going on in May as well, right here in National Harbor. This we hope to do next year by having at least 2 immersion cohorts, so replicating what we did this spring at least twice next year. Next slide, Mason. Thanks. In terms of small business support, we've had a really, I think, great foundation of funding for small business and the Biz Launch team over the past 2 years. And coming out of COVID, we really began to focus on how do we expand our services. So you're very familiar, I think, with the Relaunch program, which is a program we fund through this money, but that provides very hands-on technical support to companies, to small businesses. And we're going to continue that program, but we're looking at other ways to grow kind of our initiatives in small business. So a couple of examples are, we've been a supporter of the Minority Business Fair that the Hyatt hosts every year. So we're looking to see how could we do something like that, but on a larger scale. We also have been looking at other organizations that we could partner with. We had an opportunity to partner with a local university. Unfortunately, the federal funding that was going to provide to help provide childcare, counseling to potential childcare business owners fell through, but those are examples of how we're trying to kind of spread this money outside of just doing the Relaunch program, which is very helpful and we get exceptional reviews about, but we want to make sure we're not missing opportunities. So next year we'll continue to build out that programming with Tara and her team, and look for innovative ways to engage our small business owners. And that includes even doing some of the work like we've done on to support businesses on Columbia Pike with our Open Rewards program and other areas where we see development affecting small businesses. We're trying to work on how do we help relocate businesses quickly. So those are all kind of examples of how we're planning to use this money going forward. In terms of marketing and communications, this past year the board put in $50,000 of one-time funding to help us continue to support and promote Arlington as a business destination. We've used a significant amount of that money to develop a new marketing strategy and action plan. We hadn't had one of those, a refresh of that in some time. So we wanted to make sure that with our new strategic plan, we had a marketing plan that was aligned to that. Next year, this money will go towards implementation of that plan. Those are things like increased paid advertising, increased use of social media to kind of promote Arlington. So we're really excited to try to continue that. Our next slide. This is another kind of new proposal that we are scoping. So we're calling this kind of the Arts and Small Business Entrepreneurship Program. We've been, as you know, 3700 South 4 Mile Run Drive, is being renovated. Half of it's being renovated right now, and we're going to relocate our shared studios from the LAC there. later this year. And those are really, that's a space for working artists that come in and do textiles and printmaking and other types of art in the facility. So what we're trying to do is figure out how we can link our Biz Launch team with our Cultural Affairs team to help those working artists expand their business opportunities in Arlington. And so we'll probably pilot something like this next year. And then anything that's kind of remaining of this money, we will ask Biz Launch to kind of begin to explore retail incubation programs. So that way we can try to help makers and other creatives in the community, or other just folks who want to start a business but may not want to go full in on owning or leasing a space, to kind of work through an incubation program. So a lot going on there. We're still in the scoping phase of this, but this is called out as part of our strategic plan effort, and we want to make sure that we put a little bit of money behind it, so that way we can continue to explore this opportunity. Next slide, please. And so finally, in this section, just to kind of wrap up with our core program priorities. So you'll see here, I won't go through every single one of these, but we have, as I mentioned, attraction and retention. Our CMRI initiative are both ongoing. Our arts placemaking and support for arts groups is continuing with our grant programs. The tourism marketing and promotion team, ACVS, continues to be well above their metrics this year in terms of hotel room nights booked and group sales, and we're seeing that continue, although the outlook there, as we talked about, is a little bit cloudy. Small business counseling and support outside of the funding that we have. We do that on a daily basis in partnership with groups like SCORE Business Counselors. That work is ongoing, and of course we have our partnerships with the BIDS, the partnerships, higher education institutions, regional groups, and the like, which we continue to invest time in. So this is just to give you a sense that there's a lot of other work still going on in the department outside of the new initiatives, and we're pretty busy folks, and I think everybody's doing a really great job. So we'll go to the next slide, please. And you can go to the next one. So this is just the summary of our budget changes. General fund budget is down. Expenses are down 3%. Mostly we've pulled out some one-time funding. And we'll talk about the elimination of the art truck program. And that's offset by increases in personnel and contract services. Revenue is up by 1%. We're going to talk about revenue later in the program. And that's increasing as a result of a new cost recovery fee that we've proposed, offset by some adjustments to other fee revenue that we collect. And then in terms of our FTEs, we are remaining flat, but it's important to note that we have 2 positions in CAD, one that continues to be frozen, and another position that was eliminated this year upon the incumbent's retirement, but the county manager backfilled that for a year. So we'll have to address those challenges in the future, but for now we're standing at 50.3 FTEs. I'll now go through our reductions. We'll talk about just 2 more sections, cultural affairs, and then we'll talk about tourism. So the next few slides talk about the budget changes to the Cultural Affairs Division, or CAD as we call it. So first, let me walk through, actually, Mason, can you go back one for me? Yeah, so let me walk through the reductions that we have. We're continuing to make investments, thanks to your work over the past couple years, in the arts. And I want to just be very clear that when we talk about the arts, that includes a lot of things in our community and in our division, frankly. We do a lot of work with a variety of different artists. And we see this as important. I think I've been very clear over the past couple years that CAD is part of AED, arts is part of economic development, and we believe that because we think that these investments are helping make our community more vibrant. They help us attract people to this, whether they're visitors or people to come live here. And we continue to try to be innovative and creative in how we support the arts. But we're like every other department. We are fiscally constrained, and so we've had to make some tough choices this year after prioritizing everything we do. And I want to walk you through first the elimination of the art truck program, which really is mostly a reallocation of a lot of the resources that go to that. So on the screen, we have $24,700 of budget reductions. That's a portion of the programming dollars for the art truck and the art truck itself. We've decided to discontinue this program because we have our Cultural Affairs campus coming online later this year with, as I mentioned, the shared studio space there and help us bring those facilities online. And so that's really just a little bit of the programming dollars that we reduced, but there's still a full-time position and a temporary position and additional program dollars that'll move into this new role. On the Arts Enterprise Specialist, that position is filled. The incumbent plans to retire next year, and so we'll eliminate that position, but as I mentioned, the county manager will backfill that. That position manages our LAC studios and is in charge of the programming there and curating the program and managing the temp staff. So for fiscal year 26, that position, once the new studios open, that position will be there. We'll figure out how to backfill that with folks so we can continue the programming once the person retires. And then we got to figure that out in 27. And that's likely going to result in having us to do some more internal shifts within CAD to figure out how we can cover those programs. So those are the two budget reductions for this division. The next slide is going to talk about our new proposed cost recovery fee. And so last year, and we've talked, I believe we brought this to the board's attention, we did a detailed review of CAD's budget and staffing, especially as it relates to temp staffing. Now, it's important to note, and you just heard Diane say this as well, temp staffing are the backbone of cultural affairs. We use temp staffing because we have after-hours programs, or we have programs on the weekends, or we're dispersed across several facilities and school facilities. So we need temp staff to help us kind of fill in the gaps where our full-time staff isn't available or can't be available. And so that's normal, but what we found in our assessment last year is that our temp staff budget or expenses is greatly misaligned with our budget. We were running budget deficits of about annually for the past couple of years of about $145,000. And we've covered that, AED has covered that by paying for that cost by not doing other things in the department. And so we wanted to figure out a way to how do we address this? And we started that conversation by saying, how do we address this without reducing services to our arts users? Now, just to be clear, the temp staff help support our theater groups, but they also do things like they provide services when we have a festival, like in one of our neighborhoods. They support the LAC studios. They do other arts programming. So the budget that we have doesn't just go to supporting our theater groups, it goes to supporting a variety of activities across the department. So when we looked at this challenge in detail, we first decided we put tighter controls on scheduling. And so we said it used to be just whenever we needed temp staff were called, and there was really no controls on that. So we made a tighter controls on scheduling to help rein in costs and be a little bit more prudent in terms of how we deploy our staff. We adjusted our operating hours at some of our facilities to be more efficient. That has allowed us to save a little bit of money. We've made reductions to non-theater activities. For example, last year we reduced the number of Lubber Run concert series at the end of the summer because we weren't seeing the attendance, so we pulled back on that, and that helped to reduce cost. We implemented a reimbursement policy. We were deploying people to help other agencies in the government run events, roll out the mobile stage, and we weren't getting paid for that. So we've been able to recoup those costs by putting a new policy in place. And so all those things happened with almost minimal or no impact to the users and the clients and the people who rely on these folks. But the assessment also then, so that got us down to about $100,000 of deficit. So the assessment also noted last year that we should explore cost recovery because that is something that our other departments in the county are doing. And temp staff, along with any facility rental, is free. And so we were not able to recover any of the cost in terms of what we were doing to deploy our staff or use our facilities. And so what we've proposed is replacing what's called the 10% surcharge fee on ticket sales with a fee that is aligned with our actual costs. So in other words, we're giving back $22,000 of revenue by eliminating the surcharge fee, and we're implementing a fee that will help us, that will result in groups that have to use our temp staff to pay for those staff. And the data on the screen shows you when we looked at our fiscal year 24 usage, that's going to result in new revenue of about $70,000, which nets out to about $47,000 going forward. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see the fees that we're actually that we're proposing to charge, and it's important to note that these hourly rates are what it costs for salary and benefits for these positions. And some of these are temp staff, which is the $35 hour or the $39. But in some cases, groups or clients have to use our technical staff, which are full-time staff, and those are going to be more expensive. So really, the cost is going to be dictated by the duration of the time that the staff is deployed and the type of staff that's needed. And when we looked at the fiscal year 24 data, we found that some groups are going to pay more overall, some groups are going to pay less. But again, it's really going to be based on duration and type of staff usage. With that, we can shift over to tourism on the next slide, and I'll just walk you through these last two briefly. Our tourism promotion fund is funded by our tourism occupancy tax. And so what you see on the screen here this year is overall for the fund, which is helps to fund ACVS activities, is down about 6% as a result of the removal of the ongoing general fund transfer of $246,700, offset by what we're projecting at this time is increased revenue of $150,000. I think you've heard the county manager say that we'll be continuing to monitor our revenue, but that's where we're at as of right now. Finally, staff is being reduced by 1 FTE, and I'll talk through that reduction in the next slide. So we have decided to eliminate one full-time position that's filled. And the reason for this is this position oversaw, mostly was responsible for managing our mobile visitor mobile visitor center program. But we discontinued that program because we weren't seeing the usage we were when we implemented it many years ago, which was we were one of the first communities to have something like that. In addition, the visitor services activities this position was helping to work on have been, we've been able to outsource some of that, and that's been able to actually allow us to provide services to the hotels at a faster rate. So really the position, the duties and the functions have gone obsolete. And so we've wanted to eliminate that role, but take the money that that funds that position and move that over to our non-personnel budget to help support our sales team. Because our sales team right now, all the great work I mentioned, is 2 people. And so we're going to do some internal movements to add a 3rd position to that team, and then this will be some additional money to help our sales team, which is out on the road quite a bit throughout the year promoting Arlington. And then the general fund transfer, we've had in our budget $246,700 from the general fund to support ACVS activities. We've seen now last year and are projecting this year TOT revenue increases that are covering our costs for ACVS. And so so the manager is proposing to move that out of our budget. And the last slide is just to give you an update. We talked about strategic initiatives. We wanted to mention the Tourism Improvement District proposal that we're putting together. This is not requiring any funding, so that's why you didn't see it in part of the 750, but it's an important initiative that we are working on with a steering committee of hotel operators and owners. This would create a district across the county in which every hotel would pay a self-assessment fee that would be tacked on to the visitor's hotel bill. And that money would then be collected by the county and transferred to the Tourism Improvement District to help promote Arlington visitors and sales promotion, destination promotion. And so that is estimated to raise about $5.1 million or up to that amount. And we're in the process now where we are drafting a district plan, which is the kind of governing document of how the TID will operate. And that document, once that's completed, and if the steering committee endorses that, we'll move into what's called a petition phase of creating a TID, which is essentially going out to the hotel community who would be affected by this self-assessment and asking them if they are supportive of it. If they are, we would then do a legislative process coming back to the board, and the board would have to consider that and approve such a thing. We have seen this put into place in Greater Richmond with a regional group of counties and cities to some great success, as well as in the district. And our desire, once this is set up, is for that money to be used for promoting and marketing Arlington. The way we did it with our ARPA funding during the pandemic, which was about $3.24 or so million, and we did a nationwide campaign with some international to kind of promote Arlington, and we saw increased hotel sales, increased hotel revenue, and increased county revenue, and record visitation. So the formula works. We're just trying to figure out a new tool, because I don't think there's any money from the federal government coming anytime soon to help us with this challenge. So we're really excited about that, and we'll keep the board updated, but you can likely expect some more information on that in the coming months. Mr. Spain, with that concludes the presentation. We have lots of other speakers, but I'm happy to take your questions.
Sure. Well, thank you, Ryan, for a very thorough overview, and I'm sure we may have a couple of rounds of questions here. My colleagues will start and look down the line. I know we don't have red lights here, but who wants to? Maureen, okay.
Start.
Ms. Coffey?
All right. We'll start with a bit of a crossover question that's not directly about anything you presented. As part of some of the other departments' proposals, we have a proposed meals tax increase, as well as a number of changes to development fund fees and other charges. And I'm just wondering, how do you think about that relative to the goals of Arlington economic development and all of the many initiatives you've laid out there? Do you think that that's going to have a detrimental impact, raising revenue on one side, but decreasing potentially on the other side?
Excuse me, that's a great question. So I know some groups have spoken out about this. We had a very, I think, vibrant discussion about it when the county manager came to the Economic Development Commission. And I agree with the county manager that I don't think on the meals tax specifically, I don't think that that is going to be the reason people decide not to go out and spend money in our restaurants. And when looking at the other options to close the budget gap or to raise revenue, I think that makes prudent sense. On the development fees, one thing when I came here, the thing I heard very clear was from the development community was time, and time means money. And I think what we are focused on at AED is that process improvement through CMRI, so adaptive reuse being the example of, needing to make sure that our process is as crystal clear and only as long as it needs to be to make sure projects can get through. And I think when we look at the results of adaptive reuse coming on January 1st, and we had an application like the same week, I think tells us that we're moving in the right direction there. And so I think that's going to be our continued focus is how do we help support process improvement across the county through our CMRI work.
Great, thank you. Additionally, on a different topic, when it comes to attracting new businesses? I know you're talking to many people all the time. Are there any specific barriers or hesitations that come up in those conversations, whether it's themes or trends, when it comes to people thinking about whether Arlington is the right location for them?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think if we get to the point of a prospect, like it's us versus someone else, that's always a good position to be in. I think that really comes down to kind of discussions about real estate, discussions about what in the community can support their growth, so access to partners like Virginia Tech or George Mason or Marymount. And in some cases, we get into questions about public support, whether that's incentives or some other kind of support for the project. So if we're having those conversations at that level, I'm very confident we can be innovative and figure out how to hopefully win that deal. The one thing that I think continues to be a bit of a barrier for us, and this is not something that's unique just to Arlington, but is the cost of living here. And, companies that are looking, if they're truly relocating from another market, they're comparing us to other markets. When we look at our comparisons to places like New York or San Francisco, we generally look okay, but I was just at a site selector conference last week, and the Sun Belt is winning tons of deals right now. And now what we try to do is remind them that when you go into a market in North Carolina or Georgia or Texas that isn't developed like ours, you kind of then run in a couple years later to the problems like traffic and affordability and things that we've been working to solve for some time. So that's kind of our counter to that. But that's probably the one thing, and I don't know if Kate or if Yak have anything to add on that, but that's probably the one barrier that we see, because we do a lot of the other things we need really well. And we have great partnerships with the state who, we look to bring, heavy resources like large incentives or something like that. But I don't know if you have anything to add, Kate.
I would just add that I think another big selling point is our workforce and our talent, and that remains kind of an attractor to any company coming here, is the quality of the folks that live here in the region and the educational attainment numbers. Like, that's by far one of our strongest selling points as well.
Yeah, great, thank you. And then last question, but a pretty similar question to the last one. When it comes to our businesses that are already here and maybe they're working with BizLaunch or Relaunch, what are the common themes or trends in the barriers that they're facing or challenges that they need assistance to overcome?
Yeah, I think there's it depending again on whether we're talking about a small retail business versus a mid-sized firm that's expanding. I think it differs pretty significantly. But what we always want to be out front on is that before you run into the problem, you should be having a conversation with us about expansion, relocation, growth. And so, we've worked through a couple of things just, and this is kind of I'm going to try to get to your answer. Just recently, Jane Kim on our team helped a company with a permit issue. Called us, we went in, looked, they found the issue. It wasn't anybody's. It was just, we helped unstick something. Those are the types of things that I think when it comes to expansion at a very business level, those are the things that we're working on. On a more macro level, it's, as Kate just mentioned, it's like making sure that our companies have access to the talent that they need. So that's where the university partnerships come in critically, because, if they're growing and have jobs, they need the qualified people, and we need to make sure they find those folks here. So it's not really any one thing that concerns me. It's just making sure that we're doing that outreach to be out in front of those businesses, so they know, as they're thinking about growth, they know to come to connect with us.
Okay. I think we have, let me set the stage for just a second so folks that are viewing or may be in the room and know where we're heading. So we're going to do one round of questionings on this side from our members. from the board members. And then we're going to bring in Brad Mason from Economic Development Commission. Then we're going to bring in Adam Green from the Arts Commission. Then we're going to have our bids, right? And then we're going to come out for round 2 and 3 from the board, okay?
Yeah.
So we'll finish up. Matt, you have any board member? Oh,
I'm I got my timer on.
all right.
Thank you, Squad Leader Spain. I hope that's okay that I said.
Squad leader. Oh, that was a long time ago, sir.
It was. Last week I called a budget serious. We got our former OMB staff, so another adjective that I'm thinking of is sound. You know, somehow, because I feel like this is a sound budget. The cost recovery, love it. I'm sure I'm going to get emails about this. The art truck, seems like a good decision to me. We haven't yet gotten emails, which means now we'll get a ton of emails about it. But I still think it's a solid decision for $3,700. I don't know which of the three of you or Emily, Ms. Cassell, to thank for the 200 plus ongoing. That is a big deal. We don't have any ongoing. So thank you for switching that over to the other fund. Really appreciate that. The Tourism Improvement District, there's a ton of work ahead, but the concept has to be pursued, and so I'm really appreciative of that. I guess I don't know that I have a question as a thought. We made a choice on Amazon, and that board spent 8 hours getting pilloried that day and a whole 6 months before it. That decision changed Arlington, and it's still important to recognize that, because no economic growth means we're cutting a lot more today than we were. So that's huge. CoStar, the benefits are still accruing, but that's huge. That is so big. And so I guess I would say, you know, game is on, because the best government program is a job. That is the best. Economic growth is what can enable us to invest. And so, you know, Ms. Cunningham and I were on a call earlier today. We should always engage and listen to all perspectives as we plan thoughtfully with AED and CPHD. But we have to lean forward, because our vacancy rate is still structural at this point. So we have to catch it's a race. And I'm not going to lose it. We're not going to lose it to anyone else in our region or the Sun Belt. I mean, I went to college in North Carolina. I don't want to lose companies to North Carolina. So CMRI is great. Translating the talent of federal employees to the private sector is going to be a defining issue of the next 2 years. But I hope it's okay to be that bullish and try to share that thought as across all of our departments. What Ms. Kim did is critical. We have to serve businesses so that we keep them and attract them. And so all of us, I think, are in support of economic development, but I just want to make sure folks hear how urgent we all feel it is that it's a race. You said that last year when you came. It is a race in some senses, and if we don't win it, our community will not have the services that make Arlington Arlington. And so that's enough, and I think the grains are just rolling out, so I'll shut up.
They were going a long time ago, Mr. Vice Chair. You know I love you. To our chair.
Yes. So, first of all, thank you. I know this is multifaceted and I appreciate also the additional slides that are very helpful to frame the mind. I'm always very concerned about our competitive edge here because we have the competitive edge of excellent workforce. The W-2s that come from Charlottesville and Urbana and Lansing but we have an outflow of W-2s for a very long time, so net out migration for quite a while, and now we have an additional reason why we'll be seeing this out migration. The biggest problem with basing our competitiveness on our workforce retention is that the workforce is really very volatile right now. Mm-hmm. I am afraid. So my question to you is, how do we begin to adapt, to adjust to this new reality? We have innovation districts. I appreciate them a lot. They look at the profitability and productivity of their businesses here because of the synergies. And cost of living is a little bit less of importance to them, at least at this stage. So how do we message that to them?
So a couple of thoughts on to start with. I think my focus is going to be, and the focus of our team is going to be to find companies that are growing, support companies that are growing, and find companies that are growing to bring here. Because if we are truly going to hold on to the talent that we have to have the jobs. And right now, we don't have enough jobs for the potential number of people who are going to be out of work. And so retention, attraction, expansion, that's got to be a key. Now, some of the programs that are putting forward, like the Innovation District, are focused more on helping companies form and grow, again, helping that problem. But that messaging is really going to be about having a centralized district where if you are a tech entrepreneur, you shouldn't have any other choice of where you want to go. You want to be in National Landing. And the reason for that is because of the programming and activities that the district will be able to provide, the environment that is provided by our friends at the National Landing Bid, and the work that we do through all of our urban planning and development, and then the services of AED. And so that's kind of going to be the message. And I think that's the kind of message that we've been able to develop through some of the programmings with the Innovation Fund. We've had record numbers of people who are coming from the district, coming from other places in our region to come to Arlington to see what's going on here because we've been able to cultivate that brand. So I think that's the key. If you're asking about kind of what's that message, it's the amount of activity that you'll have there. For the Innovation District. Now, in other parts of the county, we leverage other partners. And so, but when we talk about the Innovation District, that's really kind of what we're trying to build there, and then hopefully can replicate that in other parts if we need to. Does that answer your question?
It does, at least in a vector. So the $125,000 that you want to spend on the Innovation District is for the business model, so for the initial study of that, so that we have a kind of a first action plan, right?
Yeah, the study's being funded this year. This will be some initial seed money to get this organization up and running. So to kind of create a nonprofit that has to then run the district and things like that. It's not going to pay for staffing of that, but it's just to help kind of get the organization off the ground.
And the partners there will be, established companies inside the Innovation District. The whole point is that we work like a glue that brings them together. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, it's all the major corporations that you find in that area. That's who we're talking to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how this. I would be very interested to have some reporting on how this progresses, because I think that this is the model of growth right now, and the model of. It's a new way to do business, basically.
I agree. If I could make one last point on it, I have to credit Michael Stiefvater for the work he's done to pivot our organization to this way, because when 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we were built to capture the next Amazon. We had project managers, we had, marketing staff. We now have people who have worked in the tech community. We have people who are out there, have connections to the venture capital community. So this was a intentional pivot that the business investment team has made, and I think it's paying off.
I fully appreciate that. Yeah. I just have my it's not a doubt. I just don't know if 125 is enough, and I just want to understand.
Don't say that. He's here. He might.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
The additional slides are pretty dire.
Yeah.
So, and we know that this is not a fixable. Vice Chair DeFerranti spoke about the structural, vacancy in our. So this is gone. It's not going. There's not much of that. Some of that maybe come back at some point, but not right now. So if we have a successful fighting tool, to put it in battle terms, then we should, deploy that to the maximum we can afford.
Okay.
That's my point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Great exchange.
I'm told I can only
Ms.
ask one
Cunningham.
question, but I'm going to have to.
I'm going to get out the.
All right, real quickly. So CRMI 3.0, what's coming next, and what do you need to make that time is money trade-off really, really work for our businesses? And then secondly, the Strategic Investment Fund, if it were half as much or double, what would you change about the investment?
So On CMRI, we're continuing, adaptive reuse was passed, there's some implementation that we've been working on this first half of the year with CPHD. CPHD is the lead on the adjustments to the major, minor admin process. We are supporting that. So those two things are taking up a good amount of staff time. We also have heard from the community, the business community, that adjustments to our sign ordinance would be helpful. We are working with CPHD and other county departments on that. And then beginning a process to look at our redevelopment process, not from a whole rewrite, but just strategic areas in the process, or strategic points in the process.
And this is what you're already doing. This is 2.0 that's underway now.
This is 3.0. This is going to be the 3.0,
Okay.
kind of taking us into next calendar year.
Okay.
Yeah. And go ahead, Kate.
I think the addition of what we aren't doing right now that we're looking to do moving forward is we've been in a position of growth comes to Arlington and we never have to go chase any growth. And that's starting to shift with the need for major kind of redevelopment projects and developers to come to our region, especially with the outlook of our region. So some communication around helping to position Arlington a little bit to the development community and being intentional about that. We've got ideas to kind of put something together that would allow folks to very quickly on a website, for instance, kind of know what does it mean to invest in Arlington? What are some of the properties that might be out there? That sort of thing. So there's kind of a marketing and communication side to CMRI 3.0 that we're interested in addition to exploring potentially more public-private partnering. We've got a history of that. We haven't had a lot of projects come to fruition of late, but that's something we know is on the horizon if we want to see some of the redevelopment happen at the pace and scale we want to see it. So that's probably another direction.
Okay. I would just say, at least as one board member, that time is money, and particularly when time is tough, we need to be the best place for businesses to come, and we need to pivot so that we are truly delivering lightning speed and high quality. So thank you for that. Excellent. The second question was the strategic investment fund, if it were half or if we're double.
The innovation fund?
Innovation.
Yeah, sure.
The 750.
Yeah. Well, the overall investment of 750?
Yeah,
Sure.
if we cut it in half, what would you lose? And if we doubled it, what would you gain?
Yeah. You're putting me in a really tough spot with all my. Well, in terms of the ads, we one thing we're not doing with this right now is we're not able to do the catalyst grants like we did when we talked about the GenLogs example. That is something that, at a minimum, just to have it be successful, we would need like $450,000 to run that program. There are other things that we could expand in small business that would be would allow us. We'd have to come back to you with some scoping on that, but we definitely are going to, I think, see a need to do greater outreach into our community, and so that would be where ads would likely go. We don't at this point need any funding for CMRI. That is a very staff-heavy process. We have staff on our team that focus on that, plus others. In terms of reducing that, I think we would likely take out programs that haven't started yet. So the arts and small business program I mentioned, that would likely need to be pared back. We'd probably have to figure out how to pare back on our communications and marketing. So we would likely, to answer your question a little bit more succinctly, we would want to focus on those things that have been proven and ongoing already.
Thank you.
Great. I'm going to ask one question and make it brief because we have some folks that want to come in and start making presentations. But bottom line up front is when you're bringing in, you're the driver, AED, to about 30% of our revenue with business coming into Arlington. To what my colleague Ms. Cunningham just stated, failure is not an option. And we've talked a lot about innovation in a broad space, but also like even at the community level, right? And I think we're going to hear some of this coming in from the bids. But I want to tell you one thing that I'm very happy about. I'm glad you broke out the $750,000. I think where that was going to be spent, because I had a lot of questions about that. Really thank you in that. But as we look at the Arlington Tech Launchpad, like we can go to slide 12. Maybe I'm just being a little nitpicky here. So developed nations, understanding who's in our community. I would ask you to maybe look at Africa, South Africa, perhaps some of those areas. We have a large segment of population of people who have perhaps migrated from that area here that can maybe help in some of those incubators, some of those areas, and also with unique skill sets. So just give that a thought or two about immersion programming and that sector of the workforce as you move on. So I will have some additional questions, but I know we have folks from our Economic Development Commission. Brad Mason, are you here? Yeah. Brad, there you are. Brad, if you don't mind coming on up, and then what we're going to do after Brad gives his presentation, we're going to go to Adam Green from the Arts Commission. Brad, welcome.
How you doing? Thank you.
Let's see if your microphone works over there.
Is this good?
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
I have a prepared statement. Good afternoon, Chair Karen Tonis and the rest of the County Board. My name is Brad Mason. I'm here on behalf of the Economic Development Commission to provide feedback on the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the budget process that you all went through occurred during a time of unprecedented sort of upheaval and uncertainty. The federal government's ongoing efforts to reduce its workforce, procurement and purchasing, and real estate footprint pose both direct and indirect challenges to the fiscal health of Arlington County. So in that context or backdrop, it's important to emphasize that AED, my friends to the left here, is a revenue-generating department for the county. AED initiatives drive business growth, attract new investment, foster economic diversification, all of which contribute directly to Arlington's tax base and long-term fiscal health. While funded at levels that are less than ideal, we appreciate that the proposed budget provides sufficient resources for AED to continue doing its important work. In particular, we strongly support the $750,000 in one-time funding, which the department intends to put towards programs that tie directly with AED's strategic plan. Additionally, the EDC supports the proposed fees in cultural affairs that Ryan went through just a little bit ago. The county has a long history of providing very generous resources to community-based performing arts groups and others, often beyond what other communities, local communities provide. That's a strategic advantage. However, the cost of providing these services is well beyond AED's normal budget. Cost recovery through the implementation of new fees is one of several ways AED can better align costs with its budget while avoiding service reductions. We must also underscore that the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative, or CMRI, remains the EDC's foremost priority. CMRI is central to addressing the structural challenges facing a significant portion of Arlington County's tax base. The county's ongoing commitment to adaptive reuse policies and streamlined redevelopment processes, including CMRI 3.0, is critical to revitalizing our commercial corridors. Therefore, the EDC strongly advises the board to maintain and, where possible, expand CMRI and CMRI-related activities. To that end, we ask that the board evaluate the reduction of one principal planner position within CPHD. Our understanding is that the filling of this position would provide additional capacity to advance many of those CMRI initiatives. The county's made great progress, but there's still significant work to be done, and we can't afford to lose the momentum that we've had thus far. Finally, while we understand the necessity of fee adjustments to balance the budget, we are concerned that the proposed significant increases in development-related fees could inadvertently undermine CMRI initiatives. While the proposed development and permitting fees may seem modest in sort of the context of project budgets, it is important to remember that these are at-risk pre-development fees, funds that developers must commit before having really any certainty that they can push a project forward. We ask that the county board to explore alternative fee structures, such as maybe back-ending those same fees at a point when a project is certain to go forward and fully funded, to ensure the county benefits from the increased fee revenue while not increasing the pre-development risk borne by developers. Finally, the visitor economy has been quite a bright spot of economic growth in recent years, thanks in part to investments made by the board and the hard work of the staff. The county manager proposed eliminating the longstanding general fund contribution to the Arlington Convention and Visitor Services Division. The EDC is comfortable with this decision only if the county approves a new tourism improvement district, or TID, that Ryan outlined a few moments ago. TIDs allow hotels to impose self-assessment on room night stays, and revenue generated by these stays must be used for destination marketing and development. Revenue sourced from TIDs helps drive additional overnight hotel stays and tax revenues. The EDC strongly urges the county board to approve the creation of a TID if and when such a proposal is brought forward by the hotel community sometime this year. In closing, the EDC supports the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, and it acknowledges the thoughtful approach taken to navigate the current economic challenges. We stand ready to partner with the county to advance strategic initiatives that will enable Arlington's economic vitality going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brad. Colleagues, any questions or for Brad? We will, if not, we will bring up the next presenter. Just want to thank you. Maybe at the end. Yeah. Want him to stay here? Okay. Stay right here. I'll tell you what, Brad, we're going to have people coming back and forth, and if we have questions, we'll bring you up, okay?
That's fine. Thank you
We'll
again.
next have Adam Green. Thank you for your testimony. We'll have Adam Green from the Arts Commission. Hey, Adam.
Hello. Still on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow board members, Mr. Toohill, for having me here today to talk about the arts in Arlington. My name is Adam Green. I'm the chair of the Arlington Commission for the Arts. So today I want to highlight a few success stories from the grants received through the county in the past year. I want to demonstrate a connection between our arts landscape here and how it ties to the economy. And I also want to showcase how supporting the arts impacts the community, especially during these really uncertain times. So throughout this presentation, I'm going to refer to a public opinion polled by Ipsos Public Affairs that was conducted in 2023 on behalf of Americans for the Arts. It's the Arts and Economic Prosperity Study. It's done every few years. So when we talk about supporting the arts, the first thing that usually comes to mind is how artists and arts organizations might benefit from the funding. And that is a critical piece of this puzzle, but it helps our artists and organizations thrive. But an example of this here in Arlington is the Encore Stage and Studio. As a result of the county support from this past year, their production of Flip the Script, Jamila's Table, was able to provide contract work for 10 professional theater members, 2 paid high school interns, and this wonderful show showcased the food culture across the Columbia Pike corridor. And during this year, Encore Stage stands to reach more than 10,000 people throughout this season. So another key benefit of supporting the arts here is how it helps the broader community. 86% of Americans believe that arts and culture improve their community's quality of life, their livability, and 79% believe that arts play an important role supporting the local economy and even increasing jobs. A perfect example of this, once again, is Encore with the Jamila's Table, where the play literally leads their audience out from the theater into the restaurants along the Columbia Pike corridor. What this means to me is that supporting the arts in this way is as much about generating the economic activity as it is about improving the quality of life for a community. Speaking of economic activity, nearly 80% of Americans recognize that the arts attract travelers and boost local tourism. We found that to be the case right here in Arlington. Earlier, we heard from MoCA about their increased viewership and attendance as a result of the Reclining Liberty. Arlington Chorale, Encore Stage, Arlington Artists Alliance, just to name a few. They were able to hire new staff members, increase their programming, commission new works, engage with our immigrant community in very meaningful ways, and develop new and exciting partnerships with major corporations and nonprofits that are all based here in Arlington. So these efforts have led to over $100,000 in sales of artworks, tens of thousands of people reached, has attracted countless visitors and tourists from across the region and even beyond. So if thriving economically is one part of the puzzle, thriving as a community is the other. And we've learned that 79% of Americans believe that the arts activities, they positively impact mental well-being, sparks individual creativity, inspires, creates memories. So the organizations mentioned just a few moments ago, along with many others that are here in Arlington, are fine examples of how an investment in the arts in this way fuels not just the economy, but our community. So I'd like to take a moment to just reflect on what I'm hearing actually here in Arlington. Recently, our former esteemed board chair, Libby Garvey, led the Arlington 2050 project. And as a result of this community engagement exercise, we found that Arlingtonians, they want to be proud of their identity, and they want to celebrate their history through public art, murals, music, cultural festivals, engaging artistic programming. The Arts Commission, we also conducted some of our own research for our arts organizations and have found that the artists want space to thrive, both physical space in the form of affordable square footage, but also space to be creative in the wonderful work that they do. So during this time when our community really is facing these uncertain times, we need a strong foundation of the things that unite us. And the arts, along with our libraries, by the way, bring people together in a way that nothing else really can. So some facts to support that again. The overwhelming majority of Americans believe that creative arts, they help people during times of mental and emotional distress. 80% favor, get this, government art funding when it's tied to education and mental well-being. In fact, 92% believe that every student deserves a quality arts education. By the way, nearly all of our grantee organizations engage in education activities. So the Arlington 2050 project saw that by far the most prevalent single word across the entire data set, with 392 mentions, was community. You get community by bringing people together for cultural festivals, music activities, theater, where people can experience the vibrancy of their creative neighborhoods and their community. So thank you for the support that you've demonstrated through these general operating and individual grant programs. We're asking the board to continue to support these grants at the rate of maybe inflation, perhaps even higher. We also request the additional one-time funding to support these arts programs that fuel our local economy and the tourism. We have, I believe, a responsibility to maintain, again, this momentum that you've set up for us by growing this grant program, demonstrating leadership to potential partners and our community that supports not just the arts, but the well-being of our community. So thank you very much for the time. The slides that were shown here are in no particular order, but those are all the figures that I was referring to throughout this presentation. So thank you.
Good, thank you, Adam. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Danetta Nguyen, Boston Bid. Are you with us? Do we have slides for, or no? Any slides?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Caratanis and members of the County Board. My name is Danette Nguyen, and it's an honor to be here to represent the Boston Business Improvement District. Leading the bid is a privilege, and I'm committed to advancing Boston's growth by strengthening partnerships, driving economic vitality, and fostering a dynamic environment for businesses, residents, and visitors. Collaboration is the core of our work. We value our continued partnership with AED and the county to ensure Boston remains a thriving and competitive destination. Looking back at FY25, to support our long-term sustainability, we've streamlined our operations and continue to explore diversified funding sources to ensure that we can invest in high-impact programs and initiatives. As part of this effort, we've relaunched our business appreciation campaign as the Business Impact Series, aligning it with our stakeholders' requests and priorities for professional development, wellness, and community service initiatives. Our first activity in partnership with AED, Virginia Tech, and MasterCard will explore AI integration in the workforce and reinforcing both Ballston and the county's role in innovation. As we look forward to FY26, we are also developing a comprehensive strategic plan to guide Ballston's continued growth, ensuring alignment with community and business priorities. A strategic planning committee is leading this initiative, focusing on creating a clear, actionable roadmap that positions Ballston for success. To further strengthen our governance and representation, we've also established a governance and nominating committee to oversee board composition, our performance, and succession planning. This committee will also ensure resident representation, recognizing that an engaged residential base is essential to Ballston's long-term success. Economic development and business engagement also remains a top priority for the bid. We will be piloting a resource fair in partnership with AED Biz Launch, state, and federal agencies and academic institutions. This initiative will connect businesses in Ballston's co-working space, which we've now moved into at Industrious, with resources to support their growth and success here in Arlington. And the bid is also looking to enhance Ballston's visibility by expanding our storytelling efforts that showcase its unique identity, economic vibrancy, and strong sense of community. The goal is to develop and share compelling narratives that not only highlight Ballston's strengths, but also ensures that its story resonates both locally, regionally, and beyond. And as a Ballston resident myself, it's very important to me that we are able to share that initiative and that storytelling. Finally, we remain focused on activating public spaces and fostering community connections. In the coming months, we will launch new outdoor programming to encourage engagement and strengthen Ballston's sense of place. The bid's lean and dedicated team is driven by passion, innovation, and collaboration, and we look forward to our continued work in partnership with the county, AED, and our stakeholders in the broader community to ensure Ballston remains a premier destination for business, talents, and residents. As someone who's in this position for about 90 days now, I'm really excited to be able to hit the ground running. I am a Ballston resident. I've been within the county for almost a decade now, so it's wonderful to not only live, work, play, but also be able to contribute to Arlington.
Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Well, the first one, really congratulations to your new role. We look forward to amazing things.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Next, we'll have Mary Claire from the Roslyn bid.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having us. On behalf of our stakeholders, our board of directors, our staff, I just want to thank you all for your leadership. I think both the board and the county leadership really have demonstrated the importance of our neighborhoods, and I think that's really evident in how well we're doing. I'd like to give a special thank you to Shannon, who's behind me, and the AED team, as well as the many departments that we work with across the county. Truly, we could not do this work alone, and so we're really grateful for those partnerships. In response to the economic climate, we've done quite a bit of work with our board of directors to do some scenario planning, some budgeting, and coming out of that, we plan to really double down on the essential services that the bid is providing to create a high quality of life in Roslyn. We think that's important. So the work plan that you have goes into all of the detail about how we will be doing all of the services across our program areas. So this afternoon, I just want to focus on 3 priorities to call to your attention. So the first is our hospitality and safety program, and this really has become a cornerstone for Roslyn. We think it bridges the operational gaps between the public and private sectors, and it creates a safe and welcoming environment for all. We're really taking a holistic approach to the public realm, and so in addition to the ambassador program, we also run a homeless outreach program, and we collaborate with ACPD on an off-duty police program. And I'm really excited to report that after a successful private security program pilot, it went really well. We are going to expand that program to become part of this new safety team. We're really grateful for the partnerships with ACPD and DHS. Their work is vital, and we hope that these programs will continue to be funded and staffed because their work really is vital to what we're doing. The second priority area I wanted to highlight is maintaining and activating Roslyn's public spaces. Our placemaking initiatives, like creative pop-ups, public space improvements, and our over 100 annual events are helping to create a destination. They're driving foot traffic, they're boosting visitation, and they're strengthening community ties. And so looking ahead, we're really excited to partner to further enhance the placemaking efforts. And we would really value the opportunity to partner with AED and the county. Much like CMRI, we would love to find new ways to make the process even easier and more streamlined and more impactful. So we welcome a partnership on that. And while we focus on the short term, we want to thank you all for your focus on the critical long-term initiatives that are so important in that sort of placemaking category. And those include advancing the core of transportation projects for Roslyn, expanding river access for Arlington, and realizing Gateway Park, which is very exciting for us. Continued support will really ensure that these efforts remain on track. And then finally, our third key priority area is engagement. And we really do. We've heard a lot today about community, and we think that engagement is a really important thing to fostering a connected and thriving community. And as we continue to evolve from a successful commercial district to a successful urban neighborhood, the bid has really been adapting our programs and our services as we welcome new residents and we continue to attract headquarters and welcome new employees into the neighborhood. And really our focus on our engagement work is kind of threefold. It's strengthening relationships, it's building partnerships, and it's developing a shared vision for the future. And we do that in partnership. Much of that is with AED and other county departments through initiatives like supporting public outreach or targeted communications, special events, and neighborhood perks. And we're excited to continue that collaboration. As always, our team stands ready to work with you to navigate the uncertainties ahead while delivering on our shared goals of preserving and enhancing Roslyn, our economic competitiveness, and the high quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have Rob for National Landing Bid. Hello, Rob.
Good afternoon. Chair Karen Tonis and members of the County Board. My name is Rob Mandel. I'm the, hey Mark, Deputy Executive Director. You needed some acknowledgement for that. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the National Landing Business Improvement District. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to speak with you on behalf of the bid. Our President and CEO, Tracy Gabriel, is on some much needed and much deserved leave this week, so you get me instead. And of course, thank you for the opportunity to share our major accomplishments and our district's outlook and priorities for the upcoming year. And as always, we're grateful for our partnership with Arlington County and leaders like Shannon, Ryan Toohill, Tara Palacios, and all the other folks that I'm not going to mention, but I'm not forgetting. We really can't do this kind of work without your assistance and your support. Some of the key collaborations that we have had with the county include studying the potential for the cross-jurisdictional innovation district that Ryan had mentioned earlier, and partnering on programs that support our small businesses, like Relaunch and Open Rewards. Other collaborative partnerships that we've worked on include publishing the National Landing Placemaking Toolkit to guide our investments in creative placemaking and public art, advancing the establishment of the Trust for National Landing as a soon-to-be-launched 501c3 nonprofit, creating an online dashboard to share the latest in market data, and advocating for signature mobility projects like CC to DCA and Route 1, which are so critical to our success moving into the future. We also continue to support and amplify marketing for the rapidly growing number of small retail and restaurant businesses across all of National Landing. Other highlights include the support of nearly 200 community building events and incidences, extensive press coverage, and continued progress on strategic plan goals. Adopted in 2023, our strategic plan outlines a dynamic future for National Landing with big move initiatives that continue to guide our fiscal year 2026 initiatives. This upcoming year, we will be focusing more closely on the needs of the current economic market, including on how to enhance commercial resiliency, enhancing arts, culture, and destination appeal, implementing our placemaking toolkit, and updating messaging efforts to showcase national landings, competitive advantages. Again, all of these things will be in really close collaboration with our partners across the county. National Landing area, as you know, has experienced a remarkable transformation over the last several years. That success and that transformation is really premised on the realization of the shared vision embodied in the county's planning efforts and investments developed in response to BRAC, one of the other crises we heard referenced earlier. And all of that comes with extremely extensive community engagement. As we face a time of new uncertainty and federal exposure across the region, we appreciate the county's continued focus on economic development interests, policy flexibility, and investments in innovation and talent retention. We do encourage continued investment across the board on infrastructure, including parks and mobility enhancements, which are the things that have put us into a position of success and will continue to help us achieve that position into the future. And with that, thank you for your time and looking forward to another year of great collaboration.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Next, we'll have Clarendon Alliance. Tina?
Hello.
Hey, Tina.
Thanks for having me, and thank you to everybody, Takis and you guys. So I'm excited to be here to talk to you about, Ryan and I had a phone call last month, and he said, hate to tell you this, but we got to cut your budget by 25%, which is going to be challenging for us. You know, we've had the 145,000 baseline and then the 55,000 one-time funding, which they've continued to fund for the last 3 years, bringing $200,000 a year into Clarendon Alliance. And I've been there for a year, and in that year, we've taken that $200,000 and we have generated another $126,000 on top of that to support our placemaking and growing our strategic plan. So we've embarked on the strategic plan program, which is a months-long process where the Clarendon Alliance is working to identify things that will help us not just be known for Clarendon Day, but will be known year-round for other things that we do. And we've got several events. You know, we've got the Armed Forces Cycling Classic, Music by the Metro, Clarendon Day, and the Arlington Arts Festival, all going on during the course of the year. I think Clarendon Day is the second largest event in Arlington. So we're contributing. We're definitely doing the work on the ground. And I think that the strategic plan positions Clarendon Courthouse and Virginia Square in a way that we're able to look forward and build on our success over time and not just talk about Clarendon, not just the perception that we are Clarendon Day. So we're really working to get out of that box. So sort of 6 points. That funding cut is going to crush us. And we really want to argue on benefit of Clarendon Alliance to make sure that we don't have that uphill challenge. It's not an extra, it's an essential. And the consultants that we've been talking with aim to bring more visitors to Clarendon, to create a more vibrant feedback loop between our restaurants, which represent a large portion of the restaurants in Arlington. We're over 100 restaurants in Clarendon, which will be contributing in that meals tax as well. So in helping us to contribute to building that corridor, and that corridor, not to be understated, but we represent more than 1.6 times more employees and workers than our next closest bid or neighborhood or alliance. So we're doing a lot of work for a lot of people with a very little bit amount of money. Our goal, obviously, is to continue to grow our own fundraising opportunities, and I think we've done an exceptional job of growing that over the last year. But the momentum is moving us forward, and it would be such a drag to have to, tighten the belt and back off some of the stuff that we're doing. So let's see, most popular corridor. the strategic planning that we're doing right now, the key takeaways are Clarendon's role beyond just nightlife, that are a need for year-round engagement. So we really kind of kick up starting in April, May, June, July, you know, sort of the winter. So what can we do, I mean, the summer, so what can we do when it cools off to keep a year-round engagement? And also finding sustainable funding pathways, public-private partnerships. You know, the money that we raised in sponsorship this year alone just outpaces anything that we've done in the past. So we've got momentum going forward. We're looking forward to the strategic plan outcome. We've been working with our very dedicated volunteer board to really plot a work plan that'll help us activate all of the different levers that are available to us with our limited staff. And we also use the $55,000 in one-time funding not only to work with the partner that's helping us with our strategic plan, but also to work with consultants on building our social media platform and building our feedback loop and updating all of our directories on our website and all the underpinnings of what the Clarendon Alliance is really supposed to be doing. So my final ask is, can we please not cut our budget? It's too soon. And let's see how next year goes, and if we can best that $146,000 that we raised in only the first 6 months of the budget year, then we're going to be well on our way to really making the Clarendon Alliance something that everybody's very proud of, and that we will all start to understand more about how Virginia Square, Clarendon, and Courthouse are all really part of the same place. It's not just Clarendon. And our relationship with Mason and all of the other things that we're doing, we only can move up from here. So that's my ask. Don't cut our budget. And thank you guys so much.
Well, Tina, thank you. We're all going to have some comments, I think, later, but I will say thank you for being blunt and just telling us like it is. You know, when I've been here 16 years, when I think of Arlington, I'll just share it right now. In the heartbeat of Arlington, I think of Clarendon. That's where our government is. That's what we are. That is the hub, right? And so for whatever that's worth, I appreciate you asking. There's also a biblical scripture somewhere in the Bible for those that may follow that if you don't ask, you may not get anything. So at least you asked. Thank you very much.
You could tell the folks at Arlington Arts how important that concept is with this grant making. It would be really good.
All right. We're going to have, thank you,
Thanks a
Andrew
lot.
Snyder from the Columbia Pike Partnership. Thanks, Andrew. You have any slides?
I don't. Was I
I
supposed
don't know. It's up to you.
It's awkward.
You weren't going to share your
just thought you were
slides you
bringing your
showed me.
timer.
Those slides
I
you
was
had the other day would have been awesome.
I have the slides. I have the slides.
Those slides.
Okay. So anyways, thank you so much for having us today, and most importantly, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Columbia Pike Partnership and support of our FY26 budget request. We come here today, at a time of incredible uncertainty, which reinforces both the essential role of Columbia Pike plays in our community and the fact that the Pike remains the cornerstone of our entire community's vibrancy and diversity. And we use diversity proudly when we think about our people, our housing stock, our transportation options, and of course, perhaps most importantly, our food. Preserving that character doesn't happen by accident. It takes investment, collaboration, and trust, and that's exactly what we've built and continue to build with each of you, with the incredible teams at AED and BizLaunch, and all of the county departments that we work with every day to support our mission, as well as our fellow partnerships and bids who are here today with us. We are deeply grateful for all of these partnerships and relationships and committed to deepening them in the year ahead. Over the past year, we've realigned and rebalanced our programming strategy around our two primary stakeholder groups, and we talked about this during our 2x2s. The residents, including the 80% of Pike residents who live in multifamily housing, 20% who live in CAVs, and the 25% of all APS students who live on the Pike, even though we're only about 17% of the county's population. We represent the entire spectrum of Arlington's economic diversity. And our second primary stakeholder is the business community, the small and legacy businesses to the larger property owners who are providing some of the most dense market rate housing, affordable housing in the county, and to large employers and developers who are still continuing to help grow the Pike's economic future. We've also balanced our programming around 5 core areas. Advocacy, which we work with each of you and the county staff, civic associations, the Pike Presidents Groups, our nonprofit partners for both immediate concerns like the transportation impacts and longer-term issues including north-south transportation connectivity, assessing the impact of the neighborhood form-based code, and revisiting the 2019 commercial market study recommendations. Secondly, we are focusing on branding and telling the Pike story, like Danette talked about. We're thrilled to be unveiling the Pike's first ever Pike brand at the Pike Progress Lunch this April 10th. Hope to see you there. And this brand, and those of you who have seen it know that it represents our core characteristics of community, deliberate growth, and diversity in all of its form, anchored by a logo and identity that speaks to what makes the Pike unique. We're proud of our work in business support, especially working closely with the businesses in Segment D, our one-on-one support of existing business through our full-time external relations colleague, Josue de Bastidas, and the financial support that we've provided and the county has provided for Open Rewards and Open for Business. We hope that FY26 will bring additional programming for both individual businesses and by highlighting the Pike as a great place to both work and establish new businesses. We're working through convening and community engagement on all of our stakeholders, all 40,000 residents. In addition to our existing lunch clubs, we've added monthly happy hours, adding guest speakers to our lunch clubs, taken a leadership role in Festival Latino Americana, and we're excited to expand our partnership with Parks and Rec, deepening our engagement with partners like Prio Bangalore and Studio Paul's, and ensure we're providing programming that supports and speaks to all of the residents on the Pike. And we're reinvigorating the Columbia Pike Farmers Market, which currently has space for 41 vendors and last week had 10. Our goal is to double that number over the next 12 months, making sure that the Pike's Farmers Market speaks not only to the importance of farmers markets, but also is a necessary and important tool of our placemaking and community engagement centerpieces. Finally, we will be hosting our Blues Festival, but really ensuring that we're emphasizing not just the blues, which are great, but also emphasizing our local businesses and restaurants, celebrating not just the blues, but the richness of the Pike corridor. And then our fifth primary program pillar, placemaking. We're working on an FY26 placemaking plan, maybe not as robust as Rob and Tracy's, but with very much of the ambition. In the meantime, we're trying to do less graffiti remediation and more on activity and thinking about planning for our green and public spaces, including our parks, green spaces, and the WOND bike path intersection crossing the Pike. We recently applied for the county's Cultural Affairs Placemaking Grant, and we're in active discussions with Capital Bike Share and other partners to identify low-hanging placemaking fruit. I will admit I'm jealous of the murals that Ginger and Tracy's teams have brought to life, and I'm eager to see more public art on the Pike in FY26. So with all of these things, we are aligning both our staff, our financial resources, and messaging around these 5 pillars while operating within the real constraints of funding, rising costs, competing priorities and stakeholders, and the uncertainty mentioned throughout today and I mentioned in the beginning of my remarks. As you know, because I like to talk about it, nearly 50% of our budget comes from private support. The county's investment, in effect, doubles in impact, delivering a near 100% return on investment in mission outcomes. If we respectfully ask that in addition to approving our FY26 request, if there are opportunities to be thinking about additional money for all of the partnerships and bids, is thinking about additional investments for public safety costs for events like the Blues Festival or Clarendon Day, numbers that have not really changed in the last, I believe, 15 years or longer. And as we have heard with Ryan and Kate's presentation, there is so much investment being made for small business support. Anything that we can be doing or be participating or any additional funds related to marketing, signage and wayfinding, things that we've been in great conversations with, we really hope that those aspects and those investments will continue to support our legacy and existing businesses on the Pike. I'll close by just saying it is an honor to serve with all of the county colleagues, to serve Columbia Pike and the entire community through this work. We believe now is the time to not back away, but to celebrate and invest what brings people together, and that is what we are doing every day along the Pike. So, thanks again.
Thank you, Andrew. And last but definitely not least, Ginger from Langston Boulevard Alliance.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Karen Tonis and members of the County Board and County Manager Mark Schwartz. My name is Ginger Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of the Langston Boulevard Alliance. Thank you for having me here today. The future of Langston Boulevard is bright. After more than a decade of community engagement and grassroots work by LBA and others, and an epic collaboration with staff, the 30-year plan for the 5-mile-long corridor is being implemented. LBA is very proud of the work that we've done this past year, and we've been the on-the-ground organization to help guide and smooth the planning by leading placemaking initiatives, hosting events like the New Earth Day Festival, acting as a liaison to the community, and welcoming and supporting our businesses. Last month, LBA hosted Langston Boulevard's presidents and DES staff to discuss all of the very exciting transportation planning and projects that are going on Langston Boulevard. We're very excited that we actually get to implement this plan. We have intersection studies and corridor studies and Vision Zero projects. They're all in the hopper, and they are all there's going to be community engagement involved in all. We're also very excited because we have many development projects that are in the hopper. So we're often the first group that's called when a developer is thinking about doing a project, and they want to know what the community thinks. And we've been serving as a liaison between the development community and the residents and stakeholders along the corridor. So it's actually, when time is money, it's very helpful for the developers to get the feedback from the community very early on. It saves them money, it saves them time, and it saves staff time in the long run. So we are very excited about projects that are coming, that are already in the SBRC process, and that are possibly coming soon. This year, LBA also had the privilege of working on the People and Places project, which came out of a grant from Historic Preservation. And through that project, we've been interviewing legacy businesses in order to save those stories for the future. But it's also really allowed us to meet those businesses, to document them, and to form relationships with them. And so not only has that work, it was for a limited grant, but it's part of our programming now, and we're doing our next round in May. So that's been a very rewarding, and it'll help us in the future as development comes along, and we'll be working with those businesses and others. And so we're going to expand it not just to legacy businesses, but its leaders and important community areas in the future. We also launched a new website this year. So I don't know if you have the chance to look, but it highlights all of our neighborhoods. We have 5 distinct commercial areas on the corridor, and there's a lot of really amazing things going on in our corridor. It is a very tight-knit community. It's a series of tight-knit communities, and so our new website highlights those. We also have up-to-date development updates, so folks can come in and find out what projects the county is working on and that we're helping with. So we've been working on that. And we're also gearing up for our 4th annual Earth Day Festival, which attracts thousands of neighbors to celebrate Arlington's dedication to the environment. It's a day of music and art and family-friendly fun, and we host many Arlington County booths to highlight everything from stormwater and transportation and bike to work. So we really do highlight the best of Arlington and the dedication to it. So I'll keep this short. The future of Langston Boulevard is bright. We are so thankful for the investment that you've made in our corridor, and we strongly support the county manager's budget. We look forward to another great year, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank the wonderful staff that we work with on a daily basis, both in AED, in CPHD, and in DES, to bring the Langston Boulevard plan to life. So thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. And thank you to everyone who's come up and provided testimony. So, colleagues, this is our second round of questioning. I'll open it up. You want to start back down with Board Member Maureen Coffey? Do you have questions?
I do.
All right.
And my first one, I'm not even sure exactly who it's for. Our new CRI office conversion process, which is great and already being taken advantage of, some of those buildings are within the boundary of our bids. But they're turning into residential buildings, which historically have not been contributing to the TIF for our bids. So what happens if a commercial building within a bid who's currently paying into the TIF goes through a conversion to residential in terms of their obligation to the bid and the TIF? And that could be I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to
Yeah.
write you up an answer on that one.
That's totally fine. I hadn't really considered that, but I know, one of the impacts of our commercial market has been on our bids budgets and what they're able to do with that. And it's great that we're having uptake in these conversions, but I want to make sure we're also not leaving our bids behind if, they're losing all of their commercial contributions. Additionally, I think we talked about this last year, that we have a new ED for Ballston, which is really exciting. Welcome. We're so glad to have you here. And I'm so happy to hear you're a Ballston resident. We are approximately 1 block from my first apartment in Arlington, and I think Ballston is the kind of welcome zone for so many of our new residents who are finding their first footing, potentially their first apartments as adults in our county, which is really exciting. But I think engaging more residents in the bids could actually be a benefit in the long term. And so if there's ways to keep our residential buildings contributing or participating, I think I would be interested in talking about and exploring that. But I will defer to our legal and development experts on how that looks, how it's supposed to look, or how it could look. But yes, happy to follow up on that. Let's see. We had so many different topics in between your presentation and right now, but can we talk a little bit more about the Tourism Improvement District? Because I know EDC mentioned support of it, and that this is something that is not necessarily aligned with this budget cycle per se, but that will potentially occur within this budget timeframe. Who is it that initiates that, I guess, and what happens to bring it to the point? Does it make sense to coordinate with Alexandria if Richmond did a more interjurisdictional approach? Should we be looking at that? What is our broader thinking?
Sure, great question. This one we can answer. Essentially, this process is outlined in state code. So there's a process that we have to follow. But basically, to bottom line it, it has to be brought forward by the business community. AED is really kind of just helping to facilitate that. And I want to acknowledge that the chamber, through the general managers committee, is really a partner in this as well. And so it has to be a business-driven kind of process. So we're at the point now where we're close to having essentially a petition or a vote by the potentially impacted businesses to determine if there's support for this. Now, I believe in the state code it's a majority, but typically you want like 80%. You don't want to be at like 51. And so assuming we have strong support. Then that would be, they would file the plan with the county clerk, and we would essentially go through a process of having the county board pass a resolution and establish the TID. So it becomes kind of a legislative process after it moves out of this formal, but you know, kind of business run process. Does that help understand? Yeah. And so our planning for assumption right now is to try to do that by sometime middle of this calendar year to kind of help get this set up as we go into fiscal year 26. But we'll keep you apprised of that depending on how long it takes us to get through these next couple steps. And we have a consultant on board who's helping us kind of push forward on these things. They've done this across the country and including in Richmond. And so we're confident we have the right, we'll follow the process and everything will go according to that. On the question about a regional TID, that's not something that, I don't know that would be something that we would want to do initially here in Northern Virginia. I think I'm very comfortable with doing this at a county level because that then allows us, and as somebody in the region who has a large amount of hotels, access to funding that can help promote Arlington. Alexandria has a different system than ours. They have a nonprofit, basically destination organization. So that's slightly different than our model. And so I think my comfort level is to do this at a county level. And if I'm correct, Kate, we can do these for a certain period of time, 10 years, and we can also, there's also ways for us to potentially adjust that in the future. So I think, but for now, I think we're comfortable at staying it within Arlington.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then something I know we've talked about previously that is a little complicated because World Pride is technically in fiscal year 25. But I don't know that we really talked about it a whole lot. I think many of us on the board as well as community members would like to have some pretty active participation. Can you share what is being planned? I know that there's been a lot of concern, frankly, in our community over whether plans are changing with the administration across the river, as DC is the official hosts of World Pride and is facing some challenges when it comes to affirming our support of the LGBTQ community. So what is Arlington's involvement? What can Arlington's involvement be? And then I think also potentially bringing in some of the arts and culture thinking, what can we do that may not even be event-based, but just in cultural affairs, bringing, public art, murals, maybe even history to the forefront when it comes to World Pride.
So correct, that is a current year budget issue if we put any funding towards it. Emily on our team has been working with staff in the county manager's office to engage our local stakeholders here in Arlington, in addition to coordinating with World Pride and colleagues in DC. We don't yet have kind of a dollar proposal on what we could do. We're still working through that. And our role has been to kind of help, facilitate that through the county process with our colleagues in county manager's office to once we kind of have a number, if you will. Some things that we've initially thought of. Some promotional, marketing, physical marketing here in Arlington to kind of make sure that folks that come for World Pride know that this is a welcoming community. We're open for their business. But that's we're talking printouts and things like that to hang in, stickers to put on, retail, windows. Not an hopefully expensive endeavor, but as an example, we'll need to work through a process of figuring out that cost. And so I don't have a firm answer for you. I just want you to know we hear the board loud and clear. We're working on it. We're trying to understand what we can do with our stakeholders. And then once we have some sense of what those ideas are, we're happy to kind of help bring that forward.
Great.
Is that helpful for right now? So I think we're a couple of weeks away, Emily, yeah.
1 to 2.
Yeah, to kind of
Right.
having some sense, but we hear what you're saying, and we're very supportive of it, and frankly, we very much hope this continues, because this is something that we've had on our radar for over a year in terms of our transient occupancy tax and benefits to our businesses. And sorry, last thing I'll say is I know some of the bids are also doing some things as well, and we're coordinating with them as well. So
Great.
we're trying to keep it as a nice federation of groups all working together, and we'll let you know if we have a request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I'm sure we're going to have probably a third round. So, yeah, when you're bringing in 1/3 of the revenue, of course, you're going to be with us for a while. Mr. Vice Chair?
You want to go ahead and talk?
Or did Chair?
Okay.
Mine?
Did you want to ask
No,
on
no,
that
I
one?
just cannot switch off this microphone.
Okay. First, I'll associate myself with Ms. Coffey on World Pride. Mr. Toohill and Mr. Schwartz, probably Ms. Cowan too, will all, I don't know the precise number of days, but before April 9th is much better on a number than after April 9th, just in the one-time area, just so I mention it. I don't know that I have comments, and I'll seek to be quick and fit in, and I won't have a third round. Mr. Green, I think you may be the one commission chair that I remember from the last 2 years that has most changed my thinking in our budget on a specific, last year you just changed the way I thought with your comments. Loved your comments today, heard you on the inflation and indexing point. I'm not sure that you will have the seismic impact, but you're still powerful in your comments. And I do think that life without the arts is, as I went to the show, and I'll ask the understanding of the arts community, but I went to the show Failureland by the teenagers. Excuse me, it sounds old, but the high school students who put it on at Signature Theater, and it was completely moving and a reminder of the importance of the arts. Really grateful for your work, and we'll stay attuned to the discussions on the arts over the next 2 weeks in our budget. Mr. Mason, thanks for staying and your comments. You raised the planner position. That's an ongoing cost, so I don't want to overcommit. There was a suggestion in our CPHD meeting that associate planner might be of more possibility than a principal planner. But I'm not sure that we even have the ongoing to do that. And I don't like to overpromise, but your comments as a whole, I'm not sure that there's a word that I would have changed. Really appreciate so much what you mentioned. Ms. Wynn, we have sat, and I really appreciate Rosalind, Ms. Burrick, and Mr. Mandel, but I love being the liaison to the Ballston bid, and y'all are going to have to take it away from me, because it is, Ms. Coffey alluded to it, and I think it's better to come back to it, but the neighborhood is the one that I want to walk away from this board having made a difference on. So loved our coffee and with Ms. Flanagan Watson, and I'm eager to keep digging in and working. Mr. Mandel, I'm just so grateful for your service and leadership throughout. And you've been steadfast since you were nice enough to me, even when I was just a commission member. So, but your comments, I'm excited, and I CC to DCA is this year's contribution, and there's much more to do. So, and Ms. Burrick and Rosalind, I think I mentioned CoStar. I loved getting to look at the metros, so just thrilled. I'll get to some concrete comments. Ms. Bagapur, I don't see enough ongoing money, but I will be supportive of $55,000 in one-time money to address this. Whether it's been 2 or 3 years, we can't require that you stay in the job. That's illegal. But we do want you to stay. We really want you to stay in the job, and so just that's where I am. I may have said too much, but the investment, as you're starting to bring in money, the one time I will be supportive of. One time is a little easier. I will defer on the. There is one other piece, so that I fit it all in this section. There is in the notes to this. There is a separate. Last year there was one-time money for Green Valley, and I would like to sort of align and see if I can work behind the scenes supporting Mr. Spain and Mr. Carantonis on that money. I don't know that we will have a specific proposal by the time of the budget, But I do think that that is an investment that I would be open to and supportive of because for equity reasons. And so that's where I am. Mr. Schneider, just really appreciate your ongoing work and your comments really focused on the diversity and equity that is sort of in many ways the backbone of Arlington, and certainly the 25% of Arlington public school students are on my mind as we think about this challenging time for our country. And last, Ms. Brown, I live near the neighborhood in that way, just as perhaps for other board members who, Mr. Karantonis, who lives right on the pike, it's personal to try and hope to see this plan come to fruition. And it's, after all the work, it's not inevitable. So I'm super excited at the bright future that's ahead. So with that, I hope colleagues don't mind. That will be it for me.
Well, how about that? Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Our Chair.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts on the two big items here, because they align also with the strategic plan, right? This is goal number 2, which is thriving commercial areas, and goal number 5, which is arts, culture, and tourism. I will be frank. I do think that while we get more proficient and more focused on how to strategically address the biggest challenges right now, and I understand that priority, we haven't yet figured out what are the strategic elements on, supporting the neighborhood retail, the commercial areas that have been challenged, etc. So we are still saying, okay, we will keep doing, we'll keep reacting, but we haven't a kind of a strategic toolbox. Toolbox, when I say toolbox, what do I mean? For example, legacy businesses program. So if you are more than 10 years in Arlington, here are some things that we will be doing for you. I've seen coming, several legacy businesses coming to us and saying, oh, we want to celebrate the 50 years and we want to celebrate the 25 years. And great, and we set it up and BizLaunch did an amazing job and tons of people were there. These are the people who we want to buy in economic development, who we want to understand that it's not just being patron of a business, but actually an active supporter of your commercial business district. And this takes a little bit of strategic thinking because, this is not going to be equal in all places. We'll have to start with a more limited part and see what works, what doesn't, etc. There are, facade improvement programs. There are signage improvement programs. There's a lot of these small things that make the place look better like a place. I always go back to what is attractive for people and for other businesses. Why do we need that? Not only for ourselves. We need it for our Arlingtonians who we want to attract to come here. And, when they go to places like in the Sun Belt, if you look at their, limited but well-preserved or well-popped up commercial cores, well, I have to say a couple of things about Raleigh's, downtown. The rest is not great, but the downtown looks far better than it did 10 years ago, and they did it on purpose. So I think that we have to figure out, and I agree, until now we didn't have to, to hustle for that. Now we need to think about that. And I do believe that when we talk about our partnerships and our bids, etc., we have to challenge them to see what are the deliverables there, because this is extremely important. And I do know that the mature and long experienced bids know this, and they do this mostly. Those who have to struggle for every dollar have less of a capacity to do that, so we need to be partners in doing that. I hope it's coming across what I want to say. The second thing is on arts. The strategic plan, for the very first time, gives a 5th goal, arts. And we know we have at least one example of a very successful one, like that's the Signature Theater and the entire, Campbell Avenue around that. We haven't been able to replicate that, and there is a problem with us that entertainment we don't get right in Arlington still. We get many things right, but entertainment is not our forte. We have been, for example, last year wasn't a great year for theater in Arlington. We lost, Cinetic had to find a different place, or avant-garde, Gunston 2 is what it is, etc. So it's not that we make the Washington Post with, things that happen in Arlington. And I know that it's difficult because we are competing with a very mature arts center in the region. So I think that we need to take this opportunity right now that we are in a crisis, and we need to recalibrate our image and what we convey. If we want to have tourists here, we have to have entertainment. Sorry, this is important. So we need to begin to recalibrate and challenge ourselves to look beyond just the local production and what are. And I believe that this was part of the conversation that you had during the. So I don't know what the investment in this is or what the policy vectors is. I expect a lot from the tourism for the tourism improvement district, because the tourism improvement district, I think the first thing that it does is that it puts everything in one brochure, like All in Arlington wants to do. But now with the patronage and the support of all the involved stakeholders, which is far better than what we have today. So that has to include arts, because this is what attracts it. It needs to be. And lo and behold, we have now places for that, the newest places. They look great. They are useful. They are designed to accommodate festivals, etc. So we have an opportunity there. Just the recent past, we didn't. It was tough to organize a decent festival around here, and it's still tough, but now we have some assets that we can leverage. And finally, to Ms. Coffey's question about, and to Vice Chair DeFerranti's discussion about Ballston and who is in a bid and who is not in a bid. Well, I think that commercial real estate rentals are a significant part of our economy, and they benefit a lot from what their respective business improvement districts do. So I don't see any reason why they should be exiting or be not part of the business improvement district. We probably need to make, through our policy posture, we need to advocate for business improvement districts. We have been doing that, but I think right now it's more important to do that, because otherwise we cannot afford the investment in business improvement all across the county at the level and with the dedication and focus that business improvement districts can. Therefore, Ballston has been a problem. Yes, we have been working on this for a very, very long time. So it's about time to find a pathway to solution there. And I know that it takes to convince people who until now didn't want to be convinced. But I think we have to pressure ahead.
Is that it, Mr. Chair? Ms. Cunningham.
I'll pick up on that, the question of sort of all the great activity we heard from our bids and our partnerships. It strikes me that every one of our bids and partnerships is doing a marketing effort and a strategic planning effort and figuring out events. And I wonder what we could do to make that an easier lift or a more consistent lift across so that we're leveraging our resources most efficiently. And I know we asked some questions like this last year, and you talked about, potentially doing a study of how to fit it all together a little bit better and how much to spend where. Can you share a little thoughts about what you're doing already, probably with BizLaunch and others, to help support our partnerships and bids what we've tried that didn't work and what you think is ahead.
Sure. So we've heard the same feedback from our partners, and so we're looking at a couple things right now that I'll share, and then we may need to come back to you in a little bit with some other more concrete plans. But on the marketing and communication, yes, correct, spot on, and that's why I think our strategy to kind of really help hone in on who does our audience need to be when we talk about economic development. We've been asked by our bids to then share that information, and we've been asked to help coordinate so that they may have a neighborhood level kind of brand or message, but it all flows up to a county, and not county like controlled by AED, but just our identity as a community. So that's one example where we are trying to kind of move in that direction on things like kind of the placemaking activities and the events and things like that. We are reimagining internally kind of how we engage with our partners in two ways. One, making sure they have the right access points to our organization to kind of share ideas and talk things through, but also at a staff level, we are starting to think about how we can make sure our cultural affairs public arts teams and our real estate teams and our folks that work on placemaking are all working together and including the bids in those conversations. And so those are just examples of the changes we're starting to move forward on this year, because we hear the issue, and when you count up everybody who's working on these issues, it's a lot of people, both at AED and in our partnerships. So those are two things. And then beyond that, our strategic plan, we're working on work planning around a placemaking kind of strategy. That work plan's still in scoping phase. We're working on some things in arts that, again, still scoping. So we don't have any concrete examples at this time, but we hear what you're saying and we agree with you, and we're trying to move in that direction. Go ahead, Kate, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, just to add one more thing. We are currently working on our marketing plan. As part of that work, there are conversations and interviews happening with our bids and partnerships so that we understand exactly what Ryan described. Who are they trying to reach, and how can we start to see better leverage points across the board? So more to come on that.
Great. I think that's really important. And, one of the opportunities of a time where things are tight is that we can tighten up a bit and then have better results longer term. What about the businesses themselves? So not every business is in a bid or in a partnership, and not every business has time to have found that they're in a bid or a partnership. How can we do the same for the businesses? I think we hear a lot from restaurants right now, but from a lot of our businesses, it's a scary time, and all the forces of tariffs and employment and spending kind of all coming together. Are we doing everything we can to make it clear what resources we do have available and to confirm with businesses it's the right set of things right now?
It's an ongoing, everyday effort. I will say that I've asked Tara and her team to develop a business survey, a touch point, if you will, to go out to the community, the business community, to ask, how's it, one, sentiment, how's it going? What are your challenges? And also then confirm, what are the services we're providing you meeting your needs? And so that'll help us kind of get some real feedback from the community, and we hope to have that survey out this fiscal year so we can begin to collect that data and then make that kind of a recurring thing. And that's kind of one way we hope to get that information flow, and that helps us also then engage with those businesses.
And I guess just it's such a fluid time right now and such a scary time for many in our community. I wonder if there's some way we could do faster spot checks of some sort, to go knock on a bunch of doors and just, what do people need to get through the next 2 months, to get through the next 6 months? I think it's got characteristics a little bit more similar to COVID than, at least for those smaller businesses, actually for everyone.
Yeah, and we are doing that. Our business investment team has made outreach to, we've got the list of companies that have been impacted by federal cutbacks. So we're touch basing with all those companies. Tomorrow I'm meeting with 29 of the hotel owners. So we're doing that. I hear what you're saying. We're doing that as well. Maybe we need to think a little bit about, better coordination and things on that, and maybe leveraging our partners to make sure we're getting that message out. But we are kind of trying to touch base with businesses as we can to learn what they're going through.
Great. And, maybe there's just a number, or how to reach out if you need help kind of thing, like we're doing in a lot of other places. I have some arts questions. Do you want to do all in this round, or are you going to go back through?
Well, let me ask a question.
Then go back.
Yeah, then go back. Let me ask.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
you know what?
It fits right
You
in.
have me by a year. Go ahead and ask your question.
No, go ahead. I think
I'm just
your,
giving
your
you a hard
question
time.
is in this realm, so I think
think
that's
so?
great, isn't it?
Maybe. I would like to have
Andrew.
Andrew, excuse me. Andrew, if you can come to the tape for Blooming Park Partnership. Yeah. And perhaps Ginger from Plan Langston Boulevard, my two good friends. It's just a few thoughts.
You have the right to remain silent.
Mark is over here getting all nervous now. He's like, what's about to happen? No, okay. So this is notwithstanding. I want to thank you both for, what I have viewed your outstanding leadership in both areas, and notwithstanding, everyone is doing amazing work. I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure all my colleagues and I, we've frequent both Langston Boulevard and Columbia Pike. And the reason I asked for both of you to come up because, as we have this kind of joint conversation and going into the next budget year, Andrew, you and I, we've talked a good bit about some of the challenges you heard just now from Susan about our businesses, right? Whether that's, from the marketing side to placemaking to how we can use our bids, and with World Pride coming up, which I align myself with all of my colleagues, their concerns. I just want to hear, given the nature where we're at right now, next year this time, what is going to be the good news story? Give it some thought, but what are you hoping to do over the next 12 months, both in Langston and Columbia Pike area respectively? What is the good news story we should be waiting to hear from your good work? And what do you need to be successful over the next 12 months?
You were born to go first. Come on, you got it.
Story. Well, I think Langston Boulevard is in the very beginning of implementing a plan.
I'm your liaison.
So there's so much good story that's going to come out. There's so many things that can change and improve that I think that if we actually start getting these transportation plans done and figuring out how we're going to implement the vision, that's what the community has wanted for the last 15 years that I've been working on this, is they want a more walkable urban community. And when you actually start doing those studies and actually, creating those bike lanes and creating that's the story. Like, we have a lot of engagement to do over the next year with that type of planning. We're also going to be working on the implementation phase, which is more of a form-based for the smaller projects, so that we could do some faster, more efficient work to bring change and the new vision to the corridor. And then we're going to continue to make those relationships with those businesses. We've just gotten started with people in places, and our limit is businesses so far. They've been in business for 30 years. We haven't even gotten to the 25-year-old businesses and the 20-year-old businesses. Langston is a really great place to do business. It's a great place. We're a service corridor. People do their everyday shopping, their everyday business on our corridor. And so those are the type of businesses that have been successful and that will be successful. And so we have to make sure that we're maintaining those relationships as change comes. But I think, for us, I think there's a bright, it's going to hopefully be good for the next year.
Thank you. Okay.
I think one of the things that you've heard through all the different partnerships and bids is how many, like Ms. Cunningham said, there's similarities or through lines for all of us. And then each of us would say, well, this is what's distinct about our situation. And I think for the Pike Corridor, right, we've had the form-based code, I think, passed over 22 years ago, and the neighborhood form-based code was 12 years ago. So we're at the, not the other end, but we are well beyond where Ginger is in terms of implementation. And so we're now starting to think about what does the next generation of planning look like, especially when you think about the neighborhood form-based code, like I mentioned earlier. I think the other, I mean, obviously, the Pike has some low-hanging fruit when you say, what do we look like a year from now, which is having most of the Columbia Pike forward transportation done, right? I mean, that is just a no-brainer. I think anybody, especially anybody who takes calls from constituents, would know that this is something that we're all eager to have be done. I think the one thing I've really learned in my 15 or so months on the job is that everything related to economic development is not just one thing. So we're dealing with macroeconomics, we're dealing with regional economics, and we're dealing with individual economics. People are deciding whether to keep a business opening, close a business, open business based on individual decisions and family dynamics that have nothing to do, that any of us could do, even with the most powerful magic wands, and trying to figure out where we should play in all of that and where we should put our next moment or our next dollar really takes some nuance, because there's some businesses who aren't going to make it even if they do every program that BizLaunch has available, because either they don't have the product that the market needs, or they're not able to adjust, or they don't want to adjust, or whatever it might be. But there are others where we can be the fulcrum point, and we've identified, and I think we're all playing a little bit of defense, especially in this economy, but speaking to what Mr. Carantonis said and thinking about what would big investment look like, thinking about legacy and business investments, facade improvements, other capital improvements, where you could really let small businesses start to make real investments. You know, you start thinking about things like that. I think the one thing that also Ms. Cunningham said, which is why I think it's important, is that how do you multiply the impact of a small, and we're all small, some of us are less small, but small, and which is why you're seeing us lean into these branding ideas, or saying, okay, well, what can we leverage for the food culture on the Pike? So I'm not just helping Sabora's or Celtic House or somebody like that, but I'm helping the people to want to come to the Pike. And so that's the decisions that I recommended to our board, saying, how do we tell a story about the Pike? And I think when we think about what AED is doing in terms of their marketing, those are some other ways that hopefully a year from now we could say we've really started to tell those stories collaboratively and collectively.
Well, I'm glad you stated that. And there's always a method to my, I think, when people may perceive madness, because I will be back next year. And because I hear from a lot of folks, okay? I live along with the chair right off the Pike, for example. I frequent a lot of businesses, and I'm trying to understand and get a grasp on, between Columbia Pike Partnership, for example, how you're working alongside AED to ensure to legacy businesses, right, for example, that we don't lose them, even when they're on the edge of not sure, on the uncertainty whether they're going to stick around or not. How do we maneuver collectively as a group, right, to ensure we don't lose another Attilas, right? Or, you know, so thank you for being on the forefront of that. There are businesses that are each and every day, they don't know if they're going to be here in 2 or 3 months. And that's what's scary, right? Because to all the work that AED is doing, you know, we have $200,000 this year for small business support. We know that it's going to be, we need a lot more than that, right, to really do this effective. So I see Tara's back there. Tara, I want to thank you for all the work that you've been doing as well. But thank you, Ginger. I look at Langston, Columbia Pike, north, south, right? Everything else in between is good, but these are the outer fringes of our community where people who are coming, boom, that's like their first introduction to Arlington. And whether it's the richness in history of the southern side, where Columbia Pike, which there's a lot of potential, remember, I've lived there 16 years, I haven't really seen the needle move too much over there in that region. I think there's just a lot of work that we can do. And to what's about to happen in Langston Boulevard and going on, wow, how we build out, you know, transit-oriented development along the entire corridor, all the way down to East Falls Church. We're going to have a good time, right? So thank you both. Just want to bring you up. Ryan and team, anything want to add in that you heard? Are you good to go?
No.
All right. Thank you both. We'll go back, I guess, for a round 3, and we'll start with Ms. Coffey. If she's like, I'm tapped out.
We're behind.
We're behind. All right. Vice Chair?
On the Pike, let's physically stop working on the pike by the end of 2025. That is, get off the damn pike.
Yes.
Fix the roads, get off the damn pike.
sign
that's-
all those barrels
You guys have
and
been
send them
working so
north.
hard. I'm just saying, if there's a way that we could help, mostly it's way out, it's engineers and folks that we can't help with, but if there's a way that we could help, that'd be my thought. And then I just think to the site plans in Clarendon and on Langston Boulevard. I want to see some building, and that's not your fault. It's just, if that's, and we can't specify buildings, site plans, that's a decision, but that's it.
My colleague, Ms. Coffey, has reminded us in a tender manner that we're running behind. Mr. Chair, any questions? I know I have one more, but maybe Ms. Cunningham has one. Yes.
Yeah, if Mr. Green could come up. Just wanted to do a quick focus on arts for a minute. And one question I had for you is, what are you hearing from arts organizations about the proposed fee changes? Because if I'm reading it right, some are paying more, some are paying less, but overall, the arts community is expected to pay $50,000 more. Am I reading that right? So that's a pretty big lift on top of a pretty hard time for our arts community. What are you hearing?
Yes, thank you. It's not great. The feedback's not great, but I think that it's partly just change. There's change is going to happen, and people aren't quick to reacting to that. But there is a sentiment of this feeling that we're giving you this money through these grants, and then we're going to ask you to pay for some services through some space. I'm hearing that. I've also heard a little bit about the idea of taking away the 10% ticketing fee as being a negative, in the sense that was somewhat of a driver of wanting to generate something for both the artist and the facility. So there's several suggestions that came along that I don't want to get into in detail, but essentially a blend of maybe allowing this 10% fee to kind of offset some of that fee structure that's going to be levied against some of the organizations that are using the space more often than others. Because and as I understand it, and as Mr. Toole has explained very well, fairly, some groups use the space more than other groups use the space. So there's a little bit of an imbalance in that way. So the feedback was more about a blend of, or desiring a blend of that change, rather than taking away the 10% and then levying these fees. Yeah.
Got it. Is that something you've considered, or we might consider in the future or something? Sounds like, yeah, some shared benefit is the idea.
Yeah, I don't agree with that position, and here's why. And that's not because I don't agree with the chair or and the commissioners, but when we look at this, a fee schedule provides predictability and our ability to plan, whereas the surcharge currently does not, because somebody might have a bunch of ticket sales one year and our 10% is greater, and maybe they don't, 1 year and it's less. And so that makes it very challenging for us. And we have also just real costs that we've been able to absorb the overages in the past couple of years because we basically have had vacancies in the rest of the department. In addition, CAD has had to manage their budget and not spend on other things. That solution's not going to be there this year. It's not going to be there next year. And so at some point, I don't have money at all, and then I start having to reduce services. So it's either we won't have the hours to physically put somebody in a space, or I've got to charge for use. But I can't do either or. And so for us, we felt as a department that a fee schedule made sense. It was predictable. Yes, it will require adjustments by the groups. I'm not trying to say that they won't have to do that. But I don't have another way to provide the level of service I'm doing now without this.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think it might be with my colleagues for us to think about for this year of rolling that out. Maybe there's some way we can soften it with some one-time funding for the arts organizations, but we'll come back to that. Last thing, a question for Mr. Green. The number one top wish of the arts community, I think I know the answer, but can you say what's the biggest pain point?
For sure, the number one wish is the space issue of affordable square footage. And again, space means different things to different groups. It's not just like we need a theater, or we need a black box or a rehearsal space. A choir has a very different requirement for what type of space they need to be able to rehearse in than a dance troupe or something like that. So it's a broad kind of definition of space.
Yeah.
But, and then the affordability element comes in just by like perhaps some sort of like subsidizing if it's a private organization that's providing the space, or if it's some sort of shared space that is, whether it's a shared space from the county or a private organization is a different topic. But affordable square footage that is adaptable, that can accommodate these different arts groups, because arts groups are very diverse in that way.
Great. And I know that's a key part of your strategic plan, is making sure that access to space and getting your own space, the campus, up and running is important. But I think as we go across this year and into budget next year, I'd like to know what you guys need to make sure all the spaces we do have are fully utilized, and some of it's staffing, and then that we're planning ahead for bringing more spaces online through whichever way we can. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And this will be my last question. I am going to ask Mr. Andrew to come up one more time. I tell you, there's a method to everything I do. First, Ryan, let me thank you. You said something earlier about AED is arts. Arts is AED. And I really appreciate that, how we kind of weave arts and culture into economic development. I'm also very excited about the tourism improvement district aspect and the plans that you have coming on board. So looking forward to that. But my colleague, the vice chair, brought something up earlier, and I just want to circle back before we close. I was not here last year, but there was a conversation that took place about the Green Valley Neighborhood Partnership Initiative pilot. And the reason I brought you back, Andrew, is because this is what I'm talking about. Conversations took place last year about an initiative, and here we are a year later, and it seems as though nothing happened. I need to understand, from a process perspective, the board has a role. I get it. What is going? You talking? You sharing something with me? Can you talk a little bit about what your thoughts were with that initiative from both of you? What were, some of the discussions, perhaps why we didn't pass muster, what we call it in the military, and your thoughts about that initiative reflecting upon that?
Yeah, sure. So I'll kick us off.
It's in your appendix. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, no. So that money was added into our budget, and just in terms of partnership dollars, we don't really touch those as AED. And so I think that's one important thing to note. It wasn't like it was put in with our regular general operating dollars.
Sure.
I think what would be helpful to get from the board is direction on what goals are we trying and outcomes are we trying to achieve with that money in that neighborhood. So if it's more community placemaking, that's one thing. If it's business development, that's another. If it's whatever it is, just understanding how we want to, what we want to do and what outcomes we want to achieve. Then if it's the place for us to help build something around that, we can take that on. But that's what we need from the board.
Thank you, Ryan. And that's what I pretty much kind of figured. And I know we've had a conversation. This is just, public knowledge. Andrew, your thoughts on that? Because I think there were perhaps some conversations where perhaps CPP could assist, potentially, no guarantee, but your thoughts on that, given where we are now?
I think, yes, I have three thoughts, I believe, or a few thoughts. I mean, first of all, I think it goes back to what Mr. Carantonis said several moments ago about ensuring that we are in alignment with what these missions are and what our mandate is. And I think some of these mandates, like we talk about, come from AED, some of them are coming from the county board, some of them are coming through just kind of cultural evolution, right? So when I talk about my two primary stakeholders being residents and businesses, we made that up. That's not in our contract, that's not in our, and so we figure that out, and we think that we are doing what is right. And we're doing that with limited capacity, limited resources, so we're making those discrete choices every day about what programming and what efforts we should be focusing on. I think there's incredible opportunity in cross-community collaboration. And we know that Green Valley has so many wonderful opportunities. I know they're starting their farmers market. They have that wonderful town square that every time I drive by it, it's just, it creates envy. And so, I've talked a lot about envy today, I know. But coveting is speaking about the Bible. Don't do that, But I think, when we think about how we can leverage cross-departmental, cross-community, cross-resources and ideals, we're all for it. I'm meeting with, I was trying to remember her last name, Judith on Friday from Green Valley. She reached out to me, and so this is something. And we also have to keep in mind that Green Valley is a distinct, unique part of our history and of our community. So it's not my place as Columbia Pike or the executive director to come in and say, let me help you. Although we are happy to do it, I think part of that needs to be direction from either
County board.
invitation in from the Green Valley community or from the county board or leadership.
Great. Well, thank you. I'll close. And what folks will find out about me, if you haven't already found out, when I'm out in the community and folks are asking me 100 questions, perhaps I don't have the answer to, I think there's a time and place to be discreet. But when you're using taxpayer dollars and things are put in writing, and we're in this space, there's expectation to have an explanation about what happened. That's transparency in government. That's also accountability. And so with that being said, I know the board needs to give direction to the AED, but we've answered the mail, I think, and I at least I have those answers now, and I'm in a better place. Mr. Chair, you have some thoughts?
So, yes. So this money was appropriated for the community to have a chance to see whether they can organize in a different way. Because what happens today is that there are certain events, for example, the Heritage event now in February, there is the Green Valley Day, et cetera, which are basically underwritten by Arlington County. This is a different department, by the way. It's the Department of Parks and Recreation. And this community used to have in the past a hyper-local partnership, like a mini CIPRO, which in my opinion worked well, not very well, but well. After a while, it was not funded anymore, or it was not supported anymore, and it evolved into something different. So the idea was, if there is enough community impetus, enough community, critical mass and collaboration, so the civic association, the housing partners, the small business owners, et cetera, the future business owners probably, et cetera, they would have at least from us a commitment that if they organize, if we can get them together, and we are still trying to get them together, there would be at least a little money for a starter. And then we would see what this community would need. Because they would have to define their own program, their own growth, and address their own problems. I went to the Civic Association. Back then, the Civic Association thought that this was not a great idea, and the reason was that the Civic Association wanted to take care of all these things. And fine, the Civic Association changed in the meanwhile. Then after a while, one member of the Civic Association started a farmers market, which, by the way, competes with the Columbia Pike Farmers Market, which is an issue because these are two farmers markets that are addressing the same public, close to each other, etc. And these are little issues that we need to know and dive in a little bit. But the money is still there. So we are not done with that, right? It's for fiscal year 25.
It's not in the proposal.
No, it's not for next year.
It's not. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to try to be mindful of time. I am Ryan and team. Thank you for AD to all our executive directors and members of the bids and commission representatives. Thank you for coming. I'm going to turn this back over to the chair of our board.
We are, of course, woefully over time. And we have thank you very much for the long session. Thank you, Ms. Palacios, for being patient and working with all these people, including us. So we may take just 2 minutes to recess until our presenters from our Human Resources Department come. Please come. Human Resources and Workforce Development. Hi. How many employees do you? Ready? I'm trying to hurt cut. How many employees do we have? 4,300? 3,800. The school system has like 15,000, right? 15,000, the school system, our school system. I think it's 14,000.
Sorry about that on the green. The guidance. We've been fine.
Mrs. Spain.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with you, man. I didn't do anything. That's the problem. You haven't done anything.
Go ahead.
I'm waiting for Miss Cunningham. She's about, okay, we will wait for her.
The heartbeat of an organization.
Let's
go for it.
Okay.
Right?
The CHR.
I wanted to be polite, but we will start. Thank you for being with us. We're talking about the 3,800, I heard, employees that work for Arlington County, for all of us. This is an amazing commitment to public service. So thank you for presenting today on the topic is workforce investments, right?
Correct.
We saw them all, so Ms. Marcy Foster and her amazing crew. Thank you for being with us today.
So before I get started, I want to introduce a couple of my team members. Next to me is Tamara Galliani, who handles compensation and benefits. Jason Drake is sitting next to her, and he handles training, organizational development, and employee relations. At the end of the table is Luan Dang, who's doing her 38th budget presentation, her final one for the county. So she's been through a few of these before. So like the chair said, we're going to talk about workforce investments because of all these programs you've been hearing about over the course of time. There's a lot of great staff who are behind the scenes making things happen that you may or may not see on a daily basis. So next slide, please. So our mission is to provide leadership and expertise to attract, develop, and retain a high-performing and diverse workforce. Next. Total compensation. Arlington County recognizes our employees are the foundation of our success. We strive to offer a meaningful, well-rounded total compensation package that provides employees with fair, competitive pay, benefits, and retirement options. Next. Focus on equity. We have a diverse applicant pool and hiring process. We do a lot of training. We have a new manager cohort where we do a lot of DE&I training. We have 24/7 access to 348 DE&I trainings through LinkedIn Learning. We have employee resource groups, and they're growing every year. So we have a new one underway called Amin, and we're developing tools to help ERGs become leaders and help the sponsors of those organizations help those organizations grow. We have hiring manager training that is currently being developed. So when you're a manager looking for your new workforce, you recognize biases throughout the process. You can talk in plain language. You work with your structured interviews and your diverse interview panels to make sure everybody's treated fairly and equitably. Next slide. Jason's going to talk a little bit about some of the programs that we have in organizational development.
Yeah, so our leadership and career development is a key point for our focus. Sorry, can you hear me? Is that better? Okay. So leadership and career development is a key point of our focus. We have continued expansion of our mentorship and leadership programs, including our sheriff mentorship program, our fire mentorship program, our police mentorship program, along with a new program called PS Leads, which is teaching critical response and communication within the 3 agencies, the public safety agencies we have. In addition to that, we have a lot of individual department team buildings that are focused on the unique needs of those individual departments, as well as coaching services. We average about 20 coaching interactions a month, and we have anywhere from 8 to 10 new coaching requests per month as coachings fall in and out of the process there. We are putting together a self-driven career development site where all county employees will be able to see what jobs out there that their skills actually, that they have the skill set for. And so they'll be able to really kind of focus in, see what skills I need to drive, and then our training department has put together what trainings are out there, whether it's online training, in-person training, cohort programs that will help move that skill set forward that they're looking to drive. And then we also have optional 360 feedback for leadership awareness and development available to all groups out there.
Next slide. So we're showing you the regional compensation adjustment, so you just have an idea where we rank in the region. This is primarily for general employees, but you can see that a couple of jurisdictions are offering COLAs. Prince William, Loudoun, and Arlington do not do COLAs. The merit increases, some are on steps, some are on open ranges, but you can see that we're all in the probably 0 to 5% increase. Fairfax is 0 as part of a pay-for-performance program, and we're all moving our ranges slightly other than Prince William. So I think we're really competitive in the region for the pay we have on the table. Next slide. So our pay proposal from the manager is a 2% range movement with a 3.5% pay increase for general employees. For bargaining employees, they all have something unique in their bargaining agreements, but for the proposed by the manager is an additional compensation adjustment for police and fire above and beyond what the collective bargaining agreement provides for. Next slide. So compensation and recruitment. We've been talking for a while about a tough labor market. It's been really hard to get the right people in for the jobs. Now, things are shifting a little bit. We all know that. Our numbers are up dramatically. I think Tamara said in the last month, year over year, we're probably up 150% on applications. That's a lot of influx at one time. So it's going to take us longer to get through the recruitment when we have that many applicants. Sometimes we'll be shutting some recruitments down sooner because, you know, we know that we have a good pot of candidates, but we are getting a large number coming in the last month or two. And we still have a few compression issues, but we bring people into the workforce, we bring them in higher than the existing employees. Do we have the compensation dollars available to make adjustments across the board for those who have been here longer doing the job already? Next slide. Recruitment and job fairs. So a lot of the pictures on these slides are from recent job fairs. So for the last year or so, we've been at about 20 job fairs, and I know there are 3 or 4 in the month of April. So it's great. It does take a lot of resources to attend a job fair. I know we sent one staff person to Loudon maybe last week, 700 people at the job fair. One person cannot talk to 700 people, so we have to figure out how to staff up. We have 2 going to a job fair at VCU in Richmond in the next couple of weeks, and we have 3 helping out with the AED's fair in Crystal City in the next couple of weeks. So those are staff resources that leave the office, help us recruit, but we're losing some of their skill sets on site while they're out doing these job fairs. But we're out there, and we're trying to get as many candidates as possible. We did one recently at Lumber Run. We had 100+ attendees. We were solely focused on public safety and summer jobs. So normally we probably get a few more than that, but we had a narrower focus. Next slide. Turnover numbers. So from year to year, we show you turnover numbers. For fiscal year 25, we have to project it a little because we haven't completed the year. You can see some slight changes year over year, and we tend to show total turnover and then turnover without retirement, because retirements are going to happen. Some of them are beyond our control. We might have nudged a few people this year by offering some retirement windows, so you'll see some of the numbers might be a little higher. But fire is going down slightly. Police is going up a little bit. Sheriff is also going down slightly, and the general workforce is pretty flat. So again, we're focusing on some of our public safety recruitments, but those are your turnover numbers with a little bit of a projection for fiscal year 25. Next slide. Health benefits. We have a premium increase. We had a number of years, probably during COVID, where we didn't raise our premiums, but premiums are going up on the health plan, pretty much in line with all of our peers in the region. Costs are just generally up, and we do look at those costs to see if we can figure out if there's other levers we can pull, but the costs are going up, and they're actually split between medical costs and prescription costs, so there's no one item that is drawing our eye like that's the fix. I think the cost of healthcare overall, inflationary costs are actually going up, so other jurisdictions are experiencing the same. Next slide. We show this because you'll hear from employees, the healthcare costs are going up 7.5%, my pay is only going up 3.5%. That's not really an apples to apples comparison, so at the bottom of the slide, we kind of take our average salary in the county. We show that 3.5% increase is $2,800. We are showing you our highest cost health insurance plan. So if with the increase built in, or the increase on that is $519, so the employee is still taking home a net of $2,280. So we just wanted to make sure we understand that's not necessarily an apples-to-apples comparison, but you can see the 7.5% increase, what it does for an individual and what it does for a family across the board in our average or most highly utilized plan. Next slide. A little update on benefits. There are not a lot of new programs coming in, but we are going to add an elder care and emergency child care membership program. You've probably heard a number of these, but you can join a membership program. You might, if you look at ours, might even see some pet care in there or some other opportunities, but the organization vets the vendors or the service providers. The county will pick up the membership for all employees. The employee would pay the hourly rate to use that program. And our daycare center, which is right down the street from the main office, is, the vendor has been selected. I think you'll see the lease come in before the board in the next couple of months so that we can probably open that back up in the fall. Next slide. We don't want to lose sight of the great benefits we have, because we really do have a great benefit package. So still for dependent care, we match up to $2,000. So employees putting their own $2,000 into that program can get the county match. We still offer tuition reimbursement, $2,500 for college credit classes. We still have medical, dental, and life insurance programs, and there's choice in each of those categories. We offer commuter benefits. We have paid family leave that can be used in conjunction with paid parental leave. And we have voluntary life and disability programs, and we have the on-site clinic, which continues to help us control costs on healthcare just a little bit. Next slide. Still some pressures. There's some increasing demands on central HR. Through the joy of retirement, Lawan is one of the takers, moving on, so we're losing some experienced staff. And there's some institutional knowledge that always leaves when you lose somebody who's been here, how long, Lawan? 28 years. We have an increasing customer base. We don't think of it. We think we have 3,800 static employees, but we have retirees that we take care of. And as you can imagine, retirees take a little extra care sometimes. So as the retiree base grows, we have more services to provide. And then I know one or two of you heard we have some new technology, and that's a culture shift alone right there. So we're all trying to get used to some new technology and see what it can actually do for us. Next slide. I think that's the end.
That's it.
All right. We're happy to take any questions.
Colleagues, the conversation with us. Who goes first?
I have a quick one that maybe the manager, we can follow up with. I'd love to see in this time, and it doesn't have to be me, if it's possible, and I think it's not out of the realm, but I want to be appropriate. I just think if it's possible with our collective bargaining system, whether a board member and not more than 2 board members could visit with some of the different ERGs, because got that request, don't want to be out of our lane,
Yeah.
but want to do that and didn't candidly want to do that before we finish the
No,
budget.
I think, and Jason, if you want to weigh in on that, I think that would be more than welcome. It'd be, dare I say, exciting?
Yeah, so good opportunity is on April 23rd here from 12 to 3. We are going to have our ERG fair.
Yep.
So all of the ERGs will be present. But we also have opportunities, whether it's an individual meeting or during our leadership meetings on a quarterly basis.
I didn't want to presume, but a couple of us, and again, it doesn't have to be me, but our black employees, ERG, reached out after the election, and I just want 1 or 2 of us to go sit with and say, we're with you. And listen.
I mean, I have to plead guilty that I've done it, and without but it was not with an ERG in formal terms, but it's the equivalent of an ERG was our police officers, etc. So they, I mean, I asked the chief for arranging that, and they talked about, you know, their employment conditions. So they're not formally an ERG; it's just the shift personnel of the day or night in this case. And it happened a couple of times in the last 2 years. And I hope it will happen again. We're always asking. Thank you.
I want to be chaperone, but I want to go.
Yeah, I think we went together.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's.
But it's been like a year and a half.
Is that why the police are leaving?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I guess looking at slide 6, I'm trying to understand, we're proposing a 2% range movement, and then is our 3.5%, does it fall in the COLA category or the merit increases category, or
That's a
how-
merit, that's a merit
Merit
increase.
increase,
So
okay.
employees have to get, meets expectations in order to get the 3.5%. They get it on their anniversary date.
Yeah, got it. Okay, great. Just helpful to compare across the region. And then we changed our retirement offerings late last year, went into effect in January, I believe. I'm just wondering how that's gone, if you've had any candidates who have asked or had conversations about the new retirement plan, or do people seem to like it, or is it kind of a non-factor so far?
Well, it went in January.
Yeah.
They have no choice.
Right.
So it's a great benefit package. I haven't had anybody say anything about wish we had something else, but it's probably a little bit early actually to have,
Right,
a
yeah.
lot of commentary on the retirement plan, especially since they don't know that we had something different in December, so.
Right, no, absolutely. I just, it would be telling if people were flagging of like, oh, why is this way? I think knowing that at least for the first couple of months, we're not hearing surprise or pushback is a good sign to me. And then I think the childcare center, I know that updates are forthcoming, and I've talked with staff a little bit about that. And yeah, I think I'll end on our paid family leave. Makes me so happy that we were able to do that last year. Do you know if at 14 plus the 2 weeks, are we the most weeks in the region at this point?
I think we're equal to Fairfax.
Okay.
But I think those are the two leaders. I would
yeah.
have to caution on the District of Columbia. They might be, but we don't usually view them as, but yeah.
Totally, yeah. That's great. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham or Mr. Spain?
I'll yield to Ms. Cunningham first.
Okay.
Okay, great. I think I'll just start with losing a 28-year-old and
Well,
28-year.
she looks like a 28-year-old.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
Yes.
It's
She'll
pretty
take
cool.
that. She'll
Yeah,
take that.
we'll take that. We'll go out on a high note, right? And I think, our school partners have had some much more turnover than we have in their HR team, and I think are finding that they needed more succession planning and standard operating procedures. What are we doing to invest in these last months or days or to make sure that we are robust rolling forward? And do you need additional budget support to make sure that that's
I
happening?
actually just told Luan, I think this morning, that I wouldn't hit the approve on the termination button until she told me all her files had been transferred
Okay,
somewhere.
so we're just doing flat out
Yeah.
bribery.
I mean, through the PRISM process, there's a whole lot of documentation going on.
Yeah.
But before an employee leaves, we did have maybe a little hiccup a week or two ago when this is the offboarding part of PRISM, which actually works really, really well. And so we're a little bit surprised. And so that system actually shuts down about 5 minutes after 5 p.m. on their last day, and we hadn't gotten all the files transferred yet. So we immediately called DTS, who has access to them and can get them back to us. So we are making sure we move all those files over quickly so we have access to them.
Yeah.
And Luan's pretty organized, so they're very categorized, so we'll have that information.
Okay, but you're good, and your budget is able to support whatever investment you need to make sure that, institutional knowledge is not lost.
Yeah, that, sometimes you don't know what's walking out the door till it's a little bit too late, but she did say there's a lot of budget history out there, so we know her phone number. Yeah, she has our phone number, my phone number, and I think with the DROP program too, because I entered DROP about a year ago, I think, so that sort of set the stage. We all know that I'll be here getting ready to leave, and so we're doing everything we can to make sure, the county's in a good spot. And even though I've been here for 28 years, it wasn't just me, it's the whole team. So we've shared that knowledge and continue to do so.
Great. And then on recruitment, we heard from our public safety partners and looked at their budgets last week. And it seems like everyone's got a built special recruitment platform. And I wonder if you can say a little bit about how that happened, and are we leveraging what we have across all the departments?
I mean, there are some unique platforms. I don't know if I'm going to know exactly what you mean. I know Fire did start using Handshake recently. Police has used Handshake for a number of years, which is access to the colleges. Police has a platform that lets them do some background checks immediately when they're, going through that. But, so I don't know if I know exactly about new platforms in each of those agencies. They do advertise with us through our system, but then we do turn it over to them after we, screen the candidates, and do you know more about those? No, I mean, they're definitely using our platform, and I think you're right. They may just be advertising in different ways, or once we turn them over, they do have different processes for the entry-level recruitments, for sure.
Okay, great. And I've got salary questions, but I'll hold them because I think others
Sure.
will ask some of them first.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I believe that Handshake is mostly for recruitment directly from universities.
Right, correct.
et cetera. And this is something that several departments have used for recruiting apprentices, or not apprentices, interns, right?
Right, so we use Handshake. We have a really small access to Handshake. Police uses a more robust version of Handshake. We actually asked Fire to get on it last year because they were struggling as well. So I know they're using them. I know police does have another little platform that they use. They are actually doing a lot of their own job fairs, so they go out a lot, but I don't know if there's a unique platform that
I will
just came.
circle back on that. I don't want to take the turn of Mr. Swain.
Yeah, and I know we'll try to get through this. First, thank you. We've been knowing each other for many years, right? Way
years,
back
right?
in my days on the Civil Service Commission. Compliments of John Vostat and Mark Swartz.
He used to drive Mrs. Ellison to the meeting.
I did. Look, a few questions. There was earlier on slide 5, you talk a little bit about your career development. I'm curious about any efforts of internal mobility, that we have in place, perhaps at our county government. Someone wants to do something different. How does that shake out?
We'll both take this one.
Okay, good.
Well, that is one of the things that we're most excited about with the new system is that.
What's the name of it?
It's an
Prism
Oracle-based
Plus.
system.
It's Oracle
Prism
Prism.
Plus
Okay.
Platform.
Previously, we used a different applicant tracking system and manually onboarded people into our county system. And so now we can see all their skills that they bring in one system, and then Jason's team, so the recruiters are, making sure that we have all the information in the system so that Jason's team can build out, and he was talking about that, and I'll let him talk more, but a way for people to identify jobs that they could, even if they aren't posted yet, jobs that they have the
Good.
skills for, or if they have a job, what skills do they need to build to be successful in competing for that going forward. So there's that.
Yep. And so what we're able to do is we're able to tie all the trainings we have, whether they're online trainings, in-person trainings, cohorts, to those skills that are being built, whether they're technology, communication, leadership, whatever. And so then they will be able to build those skill sets through training and cohort attendance. And then they'll be able to see, okay, I qualify, hit the min quals for this job here. What does it pay? How many of those jobs are out there? Because what we're seeing is there's a lot of transferable skills. It might not necessarily be in their current ladder right now. And so if they're willing to move laterally, there's a lot of opportunity out there. And this tool will help them identify those opportunities by themselves. And then we also offer career counseling.
Yeah.
So.
So just before you move on, we do offer acting assignments and developmental assignments. So sometimes we post jobs that way, so employees know it's an opportunity to learn while they work for the organization. I think once they're posted, we probably get a pretty good turnout for people who wanted to develop while they're working for the organization.
Okay. So I notice, your wellness programs, so you're looking at cutting back their, about at the tune of $42,000. I'm just trying to understand what went into that decision, but also your Health Smart reduction there as well. And you've stated that, it's also going to be kind of difficult on our countywide mental health programs by taking away those positions. Can you talk a little bit about what are we going to substitute that with? I mean, those two programs in particular, the wellness program and then the specialist position.
Sure. So we're forced to make some cuts, right?
Sure.
We don't have a lot of widgets, we have people in HR. So they're hard decisions, so you have to decide where you can make those cuts and maybe where you can absorb it. So we had 2 wellness staff. We put one of those on for the cut. We had some wellness resources that are behind us at Cigna. We may have to pull a little bit more on the wellness resources at Cigna to fill in some of those gaps. We may change some of the programming because we outsource to vendors.
Good.
Can we do more on site? Can we get a different cadre of vendors? What happened during COVID is we had to offer wellness to a hybrid workforce, so it became a little bit more challenging. So some of the vendors were going to do things online because you can't get everywhere with 2 staff. So now we have fewer people coming in the building. 1 staff might be able to address it, and we might do something different with our resources with Cigna or Kaiser or the vendor relationships we have. The mental health, we have 1 EAP staff on site. She also partners with Cigna, so there's a whole cadre of people available for mental health services. We did look this week to see what the challenges there were, and the use of EAP through Cigna is very flat. You'd expect it to spike up right now, but it is very flat.
Yeah.
The resources that are pulling on her, the on-site person, have probably quadrupled, is what she would say. So there's only 1 of her, but right now in some kind of high stress time, they're really asking for a lot of her services. On a normal year, if there is a normal year, she gets out and goes and meets with staff, does staff meetings, meets with departments. She's able to handle it all. But she's run a little ragged right now, but she'll pull on Cigna as best she can.
I would just say, and thank you, just from experiencing this over the years, sometimes pivoting and looking at our medical providers to provide a level of service that we can't closely monitor, you got to think about, is the lemon worth the squeeze? Because a lot of times it can put more stress on the individual. I've seen it whereby the continuity of care and the type of care, even though you may be using Cigna or Blue Cross, may not be commensurate to what we perhaps already had in-house. So I think we have to really weigh, and I'm sure you're doing that, like the benefits of going to a different provider or putting employees or telling employees to go there, because it can be quite stressful to a lot of folks. It may not be, it may be better to keep what we have. But those are just my thoughts. And lastly, there will be something I'll write. I'm curious to know, like, the makeup of our 33,000 some, almost 4,000 employees, demographic, race, ethnicity within our government. And then lastly, how many folks have used the $2,500 education credit for reimbursement, let's say year to date? There's a reason I'm asking it. You don't have to answer that right now, maybe later.
We may have to pull that.
But I would love to know how many employees are tapping into that resource that we have based on what you've budgeted over the years, and see I just want to see how people are using that for professional development. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Very quick, two quick questions. Number 1, what is the trend and what's the outlook for the balance between working in the office and teleworking, and how does our workforce absorb the current trends? And the second thing, you can bundle them in one. The second thing is apprenticeship, and my favorite. I mean, for years now, we have been talking about how difficult it was to find personnel for specific things, like, for example, DHS needs, right? Mental health, lower skilled but specifically skilled people. And I always thought that we have to find a way to grow our own personnel at some point.
Okay, so the remote versus on-site workforce, I think the manager will be able to tell you every time he does a manager chat. 50% of the questions or comments are, please don't make me come into the office. People have really adjusted to it, so I do think they are coming into the office as they are required to or requested to, but I think they have really adjusted to it, and probably the managers as well. So, is it 50-50? Maybe close to 50-50. It might be more 60-40, 60% remote, 40% on-site. Some people prefer to be on-site. Some people prefer to be remote, but they're juggling it, I think, as best they can. For the apprenticeship programs, I know we've talked about that. It's a little bit of a lift. There's a body of work. I know the state has a program. They don't give you a lot of dollars, but there's a program there. We've done some work with the schools, and we've had them in for a couple of tours. You were involved in one of them. So working with APS is a good way to get some people into some of the programs, right? With the mechanic programs or whatever. So we'll try to get that up and running again, but it is a body of work. So as soon as you put your guard down, it falls back and you've doubled your workload, right? So we've been working with APS over a number of years. We let our guard down. You got to pick it back up. The group we have now seems very focused, but I know that goes well beyond that. But you do have to grow your own. There are some skills that just aren't being like taught in the local colleges, and I think we have a number of opportunities. Shariar has always wanted to work with us on some of the inspection things, so we can give that a try again too. That's a different body of work, but.
Correct. I really appreciate that this is a lot of work to set it up and to get it going and to make it part of the culture of the organization, because people are not going to volunteer the extra work and the extra, pain that the uptake of a program like that is. The benefit, though, is amazing when it works. It is better for everybody. I mean, those who have invested, the supervisors who have invested in training staff over time, even if they're going to lose a few in a more competitive work environment, they would lose a few. One of the biggest problems was, well, we will train them there and then they will go somewhere else.
Right.
So, but now this is less of a pressure or less of a probability, and therefore it makes a little bit more sense to invest in that. That's why I'm saying.
Okay.
So anyway, I will keep circling back on that. It's
Okay.
one of my favorites.
Okay.
Thank you. Not yet, Ms. Cunningham has.
I was sure someone would have asked this already, but since we're in the compensation section, I wanted to talk about salaries. First is a yes/no question is, do we have to have the same merit across all job categories, or can that be different than, could we have people at a certain higher salary have a lower increase, et cetera?
So there's a couple ways we can go about this. You might be asking a little bit about the step increases that Alexandria has, which is a step program we used to have, where there were different increases based on your tenure. And the idea when we created it years ago was when you come on board, you have a big learning curve, you get your biggest pay increases when you have the lowest tenure, and the increases get smaller as time goes on. Well, what happens over time is all your employees get up here and they're just getting the smallest increases, and that's more when they start looking around to see what's going on out there when they can get bigger increases. So we went to the flat open range. Maybe it's time to have another discussion about that. If you want to do it by job class, might make me a little nervous, is at the haves and have-nots. But if you're looking at hard-to-fill positions or people we need to keep, we've been doing a few creative things to help people stay on board. Tamara can probably talk to them better than I can, but bonus arrangements or maybe different overtime arrangements for the people that are really hard to fill. And looking at some of the compression issues to make sure we could keep some of those people, but I'm not sure if I'm getting exactly.
Yeah, I think part of the way the question comes up is in a time of really tight budgets that may get tighter. It's really an equity question, right? So if we have a certain amount of money to move out to increase compensation, do we have to do it evenly everywhere? Or if you're below local AMI, for instance, just the lower paid jobs might get a bigger bump given inflationary pressures.
That is probably that step program that we used to have, but when you get all your staff at the senior level and they're getting the smallest increases, when they look around the region, they're the ones that are going to be ripe to go. And you don't want to leave them because they're fully competent and doing the job at that point in time, so.
Gotcha. Okay, so legal can do, but don't do for a variety of reasons. Okay. And then also back to public safety, where we have lots of decisions to make. I think we heard from our sheriff, which is the only public safety that's not collective bargaining. some concerns that the salary levels that are in the proposed budget are insufficient. The retention rates don't necessarily scream that, but I'm curious, how long has it been since we did a salary study or job study, or, what comparables do we have? And
We can get that for you. We look
Okay.
at them every year.
Every year, right,
So
for
they
public
are
safety.
paid competitively in this region. They do have the lowest turnover, so sometimes it's the problem you want to solve. So
Right, right.
It doesn't match. I think they're looking across the street saying,
Right.
somebody else is getting more, perhaps.
Great. Okay, I'd love to see that job study. I'd love to see all the job studies, actually, if there's some way to kind of read through them. And then last one is for fire and police that are in bargaining unit, and their changes are reflected in the budget as an average. But I think we've heard from folks that the average doesn't really tell the whole story. What's the smallest amount someone's getting in fire or police?
I should probably get
And
that
that
for
can
you,
be-
because some of them are just getting that, they're moving towards a step plan. So some of them may just trying to get them where they belong on that step plan. Somebody might just be getting one step, or somebody else might be getting 3 or 4.
Okay.
So it could be really as small as 2.3, and somebody else is getting something much higher, but we could get that for
Okay,
you.
that'd be helpful to know. And I think, again, it's, when you look at the firefighter number versus the sheriff number, it pops off the page a little bit, but that's inherent to the collective bargaining process and the movement of steps and compression and all those words that I almost understand now. Thank you.
Compression is a very powerful force. It forms diamonds. So, yes. Yes, Mr. Spain.
Just one final question. You do exit interviews, right?
We have Gartner do our exit interviews for us.
Okay. Is there a theme or what you're hearing from the employees?
So we did pull our exit interview data. What happens with exit interviews? We used to do them in-house,
Sure.
and
No one
usually
trusts
the
that.
people who loved working for Arlington County are usually silent as they move on, and you get some more vocal people who maybe didn't have the best experience. So you don't get a high number of takers. You might get, if you get 10% taking their exit interview or doing their exit survey, that's pretty high. So we have that. And what we saw, there's not a lot of really great aha moments, but the number one reason employees are leaving are for career growth opportunities.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I believe we are now over 1 hour over the, we're good? We are adjourned.
You're at dinner time? Dinner time?
Until 7 p.m.
I'll see you when I get back.
Okay.
I'll make it back.
Want to take a supper with
Yeah.
We,
I'll be rushing back in here.
Wow, you just backed up that.